July. So that's the
short.
traditional school.
Call the workshop to order.
We should get coffee.
Do something live.
I'm out of town this weekend.
Thank you all for being here with us this evening. I will turn it over to Dr. Mary Peary-Reed, where we had a little bit of shuffling with our workshop order of items, not the items themselves. So first, we're going to get our update on student athletics and activities before we talk about our school board goals. So thank you for being here with us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
It's always a pleasure.
Thank you all for being here, and Christina, or does Steve know that we're presenting? So while we're getting the slide deck set up, I just want to thank our presenters for being with us this evening. Principal Ballard, praise. Athletic Director Ellerson, thank you in advance for the preparation that you've done and for being here. It's important for board members and our community members to know that there's a strong research-based correlation between student involvement in extracurricular activities and academic success. Students who participate in sports clubs or other activities outside of the school day do better in school. And so we're very grateful for all of the opportunities that we have for our students here in Hopkins. And I personally have received many emails from community members about the work of A.D. Ellerson and his visibility in the community, and for just always doing what's good for students. And so he and Principal Ballard work together to ensure that our students, who are very diverse and have very varied interests, have a plethora of experiences to engage in. So thank you for your work, and we look forward to hearing your report.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the kind words, too. Before I jump into the slides, I'll just say it's very heavy on athletics as far as the data goes. That is very easily accessible to me because we collect it all through our affinity. A lot of our clubs that are student-led and our activities are not accustomed to registering through a system. So I don't have that information just at hand, but just lead with that. Next slide there, or the first one. So, like I said, these first couple slides are all on athletics and our data, which is what I was asked to present. So this is for our 2023-24 athletic participation numbers. You've got our total participation for females at 723, and that's grades 7 through 12. And then for our males, it's 767. The unduplicated participation number is, we have a lot of students that do and participate in multiple sports. So that first number is just a total count of, if Praise does 3 sports, she's counted in there 3 times. But if she only did a fall sport, that would be the unduplicated number, or she would just be counted as one individual. So that's what the unduplicated participant number is. And we really rely on our students being multifaceted, being involved in a lot of different sports to make sure that we can compete, field enough teams to be competitive within the Lake Conference. So that's a very important number. Got it desegregated here by grade, male and female, as you can see. And, you know, when I looked at this data, I think it's interesting because the 7th and 8th graders are the ones that are participating at the high school level, not middle school sports. So they're participating in a 9 through 12 team. So you see that the numbers start smaller on both sides from 7th and 8th grade, male and female. And then you get to that 9th grade and, you know, they're getting into high school, they're making more connections. You have some that are open enrolled and just showing up, and they're just diving in head first, trying to figure out what they want, just trying different sports, different activities. And then they kind of hone in on what they want, and the number reduces or it falls back because it's like, I'm really going to focus on just going to school, and I don't have time to put in 3 hours of practice every night. So you see the number decrease there when you get up to 12th grade. I would love to see them stick with it, but I also understand that, you know, at 17, 18, getting ready to make that next step, sometimes it is best to focus in on the academics and make sure you're locking in those academic scholarships as well, just whatever that focus needs to be. But the numbers have been staying pretty steady. This is only my 3rd year, but I can say that they're pretty steady from my first year to last year, and even this year in fall, the numbers are up a little more. So that's it broken down by grade. The next couple slides are really just the sports and the sports that we offer through fall, winter, and spring, and then the participation numbers next to each one of those. I mean, I won't necessarily read through them, but they're there. A lot of our numbers, I mean, if you look at the boys and girls track, I mean, 110 and 111 athletes. It's one of our bigger programs. Coach Lovis, Coach Yesness, they've been doing an amazing job and just making the environment friendly, making sure that they are attaining to all different levels, athletic levels and abilities, and people just keep coming out to be a part of that. And that's happening in a lot of our sports. Our girls and boys lacrosse team, from last year's data to this year coming up, it's growing exponentially. So next thing is just kind of how we get information out to our parents, our families, our scholars, on what we have going on, what is offered from an athletic standpoint to activities and to our clubs. I pulled this from another presentation I had, but so the QR codes will take you right there if you wanted to go there. But our website, which we've always had our own website, our website is currently with the Hopkins High School, Hopkins Public Schools page now, so it's uniformed, and parents, all the feedback's been great. We are still trying to update a few things within that, but that's a big way that we get and push out information. That's a big way to learn what is offered athletically. Our clubs page, I think I presented last year about our clubs and what was offered. So we're taking a page from one of our Lake Conference partners, and we have kind of updated our page to model that to where we'll have a live feed, and which it will be updated here in 2 weeks when we start our homecoming week, because we're going to have our first activity fair. But that page will be updated. It'll be a live link, so whenever our student-led clubs are created, the advisors of that club will go into the form that we have and update their information. That's how we'll know. We'll have accurate information on the club advisors and the student leaders and the dates and times that they meet. The Lake Conference page was another one up there. And then just in addition to staying in the know and some of the clubs and activities that we have, I mentioned it was very athletic heavy there. Obviously we have a Royals dance crew. That's a club that thrives and lives under us, our robotics team, our theater program, our LMPM, our band, our pep band. Like I said, they're not used to registering in our system because they don't need physicals, right? So there's not as many hoops for them to register and to participate. So it makes it a little tougher, but those numbers, and so they're just not accurate. So I didn't want to put them up there, but like for our Royals dance crew, it says we have 25 young ladies on the team, and that was last year, and that's pretty close, but this year they're close to 40 plus girls on that team. So it's growing. Robotics, it said we had 23. And I know it's close, but it's not accurate. Our robotics team was really well-rounded from 7th to 12th graders participating in that. Our theater department, We hired a new theater director, Farrah Buffington, and she has done great things with the theater program. They're just now starting the tryouts and auditions for Newsies, which is our fall musical, and that program as well is growing. And those numbers, we're working on it. We're going to get some accurate data because we are requiring them to register, and the numbers have grown. So we're getting closer to what we're asking for, so I can have some accurate data on that. But overall, I mean, from the scholars that she has on the stage to the scholars she has behind the scenes working on the crew is amazing. So just wanted to throw that out there. LMPM as well, led by Nora Tycast, is just booming. I think she's close to 60 plus kids, and they support us at a lot of our events, and she gets a ton of requests to have them come and perform at different events at the elementaries and the middle school events as well. So just shout them out. And then I have Praise here, amazing scholar athlete that's just going to speak a little bit more about how we get the word out from a student standpoint view of somebody coming in, where they could find the information about our clubs and activities.
Thank you so much. So I guess from a student perspective, I'll say that hearing about and spreading awareness of club activities happens a lot on social media. So especially on apps like Instagram, a lot of our high school clubs have been reaching more and more people. And so on our Instagram pages, every club does it a different way, but most of the typical way you'll see is that they'll have a page for leadership. They'll make a post and share information on who the leaders are that school year, and then they'll have a page on who the officers of the club are, and so who's secretary and treasurer. And usually elections can happen at the beginning of the school year or a little bit towards the end. And then additionally, they'll also have pages for upcoming meetings or reminders or events that each club is hosting. And not only are clubs sharing their information on social media, but throughout the school, we usually have posters and signs, and we have an app called GroupMe that we use. And so through GroupMe, leadership can share directly to students who are interested in their club information about upcoming meetings and upcoming events that the participants can engage in. And so not only that, I wanted to mention that the impact that students are getting from joining these clubs and joining athletics, of course, are like very extensive. And so one impact that I wanted to share is that when students join clubs, they're basically creating a community, and they're also creating long-lasting friendships.
Thank you, Praise.
Are there any clubs in particular that you're involved with that you'd like to mention?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, I am involved in a number of clubs. Well, I guess, where should I start? When I joined the high school, I heard a lot from our Dr. Cool, our college advisor, and from our AVID program that it's important to get involved. And so I started off by, of course, looking at posters, but also checking social media, checking our student council Instagram page, because they have a lot of information that they share on there. And so I joined a number of clubs at first, and that can also be very, very tricky to balance with schoolwork or having a job or even doing sports. And so I've reduced that number. Right now I'm involved in HOSA, which previously stand for Health Occupation Students of America, but since it's international, it no longer just applies to America. It's more about creating future health professionals. I'm involved in track and field, of course, and this year I started cross country, which has been new but also very exciting. I'm also involved in our Black Student Alliance. Let me think. And of course, I'm involved in Student Board, one of my favorites. And yeah, I guess those are the ones that I'm involved in inside of school. There's a number of ones that I do outside of school as well.
Wait, that was the scaled back list?
Busy lady.
Yes.
You're amazing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Director Ellerson mentioned Coach Lovis and also Yesness, and this came up in a previous board meeting, but I just thinking of the relationships and the lasting impact that those individuals have with those connections for our scholar athletes. What I want to share again, as it has already been spoken, but they traveled to Paris this summer to see Joe participate in the sprints for Liberia. And Joe is a Hopkins alum. There is a showcase in our South Wing that kind of shares a little bit about his story. And then Farah is new to Hopkins schools, or relatively new, but this summer she did community theater, and it was very successful. And in thinking about the expansion of theater at the high school, this year we will be engaging with our middle schools and elementary schools, because the performances that we chose were very try to grow the program. So we're building a pipeline to continue to have growth with theater at the high school, which is really amazing to watch.
Nice. That's great. Thank you. Can we ask questions now? I was just wondering, besides the social media, I know you mentioned that the webpage is now part of the Hopkins webpage, which is great. Is there any other places that families or students can find information about clubs that they might be interested in, or activities? And I'm kind of wondering too, I know that there are Hopkins branded athletic clubs.
Correct.
And how are they kind of incorporated in, like, I think there's like an ultimate club
Yeah,
and
ultimate frisbee,
rugby.
rugby.
Yeah, so just wondering about those.
So I guess for getting the word out, the high school page, their social media are in the activity fair right now are the main 3 ways that we get word out about our activities and clubs. Like I said, we're just trying to keep our website page updated to accurately show what clubs are currently running and kind of getting out some of the old ones. As far as the sports, the sports that are kind of not under Minnesota State High School League, this is how I think about it, that aren't Minnesota State High School League, which are ultimate frisbee and rugby. Girls flag football will be coming soon. Those are really ran by and through our community ed, so they're not housed through us at all. We help support, so like boys volleyball was one of those that was a club for years, and then after it grew and got to a point where it was close to being a high school league, it had to go to vote, and just been that for several years, but it has passed, and it will be in our spring sports. So when they get to that level and they grow, and our clubs and our kids need support, if they're coming to us saying, hey, we would like to update our jerseys, or things like that, I can connect them with our BSN rep, or if we have some extra dollars, we help pitch in on those jerseys, because we know eventually as they grow, they're going to be housed with us, and we might as well make that connection early and make sure that they're running smoothly.
Great. Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
So I was really happy to see the adapted options on the list. Wondering if you could talk a little bit more about those.
Yep.
I feel like we have a lot more, which is awesome. And so kind of where we're at, if we're thinking more, that
Yep.
type of thing.
So there's a lot of opportunities with adaptive sports. The ones that we have are just the ones that we have our students, our scholars are participating in. We're co-op with Armstrong. So it's a co-op, and we get our kids on a bus, and they travel to either Tuttle's to bowl, or Cooper is where they do their soccer and softball. Coach Lori Komodo, she is a gym, and she really coordinates all of that and helps us make sure that the bus is there. But yes, there's a lot of opportunity there for students that want to be involved in or need to be involved in the adapted sports. But the ones that represented on there, those are the ones that our students are currently participating in.
That's great.
And if you ever get an opportunity to go to one of their games or matches, I suggest you do it. It's an awesome experience.
Chair Andreessen? My question is about how we are working to get students who may not have a history participating in sports or clubs, maybe some of our less engaged students. How are we working to get those students involved? And also, could you speak to the, I think we're calling it like strength and conditioning program that you're starting, and is that an example of an opportunity that might grab some kids who are not already involved elsewhere?
Yes. The activity fair is, from my eyes, is probably the biggest event where students that aren't involved and engaged start to think about getting involved with something, because the mall area, the commons area, I get the spaces confused. But the big hall going from the cafeteria to the main office is lined with tables, and all of our scholars are out there that are involved or that are leaders or advisors for whatever club. They're there with signs, they have candy, and I was gonna say they're aggressive. They're aggressive. You thought about this? Are you interested in that? So it really just, that's how they get pulled in. That's how they get roped in. Or they're walking around and they see a friend at a table and they just start a conversation. And it's, oh, what is this? So I think that's a big way to get students that aren't yet connected or truly involved in something. And that also brings up conversations about, well, how did you start this? Because I'm interested in starting this. And then they find out that it's all student-led, and they just need to have the conversation, find an advisor, and it's possible. Praise, did you have any, you want to chime in on that?
Yes, I did want to chime in on the little conversation about the activity fair. I worked the activity fair last year. I worked the HOSA booth, and everything you say is definitely true. We usually have candy or little trinkets. We've had stickers in the past, and it's a really different experience than what students are used to, I guess, because we do have the Gateway Wednesday program, and that is different community supporters and different maybe careers or job professionals who come in and kind of also try to entice you into their field. But I guess with the activity fair, it's literally the peers that you see sitting in class next to you who are telling you about information that would be really helpful for you. Say if you're interested in healthcare or you want to go into nursing in the future, you didn't know about HOSA, well, your friend knows about it and now you do as well.
And then for our strength and conditioning program, at year 3, first year here, we didn't have a strength and conditioning program, which is vital to any athletic activities department. So your kids are getting bigger, stronger, and faster. That's how you keep up. That's how you compete. So we've been working on, last year we tried to go with ETS. We've been working to try to figure what works best for our community. This year, we did ETS last year, and through the summer, just being honest, the price point was a little too high that we were looking for. We hired a new strength and conditioning coach who's a Hopkins alum, Andre Chisley, and he will be in our weight room and managing our weight room for our student athletes or just our high school population from 3:30 to 5:30. And then after that, it'll kind of cross over to community ed and adult education. The hope is that, you know, like the old movie, if you build it, they will come. So now we have somebody that's there in the weight room every day. That's there to connect with coaches, athletes, and students that are interested in lifting weights, just living a healthier life. He's going to be putting programs together for our student athletes, and any athlete or any student that is interested. My ultimate hope is that this helps our athletics department in the long haul, and most of the time what you see is when you start having kids that may not be involved in athletics, but they want to be in the weight room and they want to take care of their body and they're enjoying lifting, it usually turns into a lifting club, which is a sport. It's powerlifting, and you compete at the high school level. So it's just another way to get student athletes or scholars involved in something that they're interested in. So, yep, we're starting that. He's starting, I was about to say August, September 17th, officially, but he's been in this last week. He's doing some pop-in sessions to connect with scholars and coaches to just see what our needs are as a community here.
So is that something that students need to sign up for, or can they just show up in the room?
Yep, so right now, you do need to sign up. It'll be through community ed. Athletic department and community ed are partnering to kind of bring this position to life. So I'm pitching in something. We're also building some things out where you can do community ed and educational classes to fund the position. So right now there would be, there's a fee, and we're still kind of working on that, but it won't be the $180 it was for a 6-week program. It'll be closer to $30 to $40 for a student athlete to come in for a 6-week period or a 6-week stretch, and have some programming already built for them and just be involved.
Thank you.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I want to personally thank all of you guys for your work on this, because I know it has been brought up by student board reps in the past that it's kind of a confusing mishmash to find all of the activities. And the refresh that happened to the website, I think, is fantastic and was sorely needed. And I know you guys spoke just a little bit to various stakeholders in the spring, and that was a great experience too, working with you guys. And I wanted to personally shout out you, Mr. Larson had mentioned a couple people, including Ms. Nora Tycast, and Ms. Nora Tycast and Ms. Kelly Heckman did a fantastic job. They used their own time and efforts to get out to their students the various opportunities that they have for staying involved in music over the summer, and our family participated in those. And then the robotics team also did that. That's something else that my family personally experienced, and then we were able to share that with other people. I had a 9th grader who just rolled into freshman year, like he knows tons of people and lots of high school teachers and knows the building because those people took the time, and you guys helped them realize how important that was. And I'm not intending to leave out the West Middle School instructor. I just don't know them personally. But that made a big difference to our family, and I know it made a big difference to his friends and other people that are in our network. And one additional step to Dr. Mary Perry Reed, you had mentioned students who aren't typically as involved or don't know about their options. North Middle School, I heard that they got a specific funding from Principal Aromaselli around reaching new students who didn't have an opportunity to join band for whatever reason in 5th grade, to say if they're interested in music, they can start, and they don't have to feel like they're behind their peers and not able to join the regular band. And so that is a really exciting opportunity. They kind of mentioned it at this board table in the spring, that they wanted to make multiple entry points into music and activities. And that's one way that we are kind of living up to that. And it's really great to see. And we've had a good experience with onboarding, and I've heard from community members too that finding that information and getting registered is a lot easier now.
Yeah, thank you. I think as we keep growing that, it'll just get better and better. That's always the goal. So thank you.
Chair Andreessen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Director Ellerson, to echo what Dr. Mary P. Reed had said about what we've heard from the community, just on a personal note, it's just great to see you out at some of those events that maybe a university would call like a non-revenue sport, you know, being out at swim meets and ski meets and stuff. It's just really appreciated because, you know, those athletes and honestly their families, you know, put in a ton of time, so it's just great that you recognize that. So, just have one quick question. I heard you say maybe last year that the GPAs of student athletes are very high. Do you know if that trend continued last year at all?
Yes, it did. I know I mentioned that because I think our Scholar Athlete Award was at a 3.5 when I first started, and I mean, we were almost at like 95%. So it was like it's almost like a participation award. So we're like, well, let's make it a little more difficult. Let's bump it up to 3.8. And the number didn't drop that much. It might be at 90% now instead of 95. So we're still trending in the right way. That does not mean that we have athletes that we don't have athletes that struggle in the classroom, because we definitely do. But it's a small number. It's a small number.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Chair Andrews? Hi, I have a question about the capacity and kind of where are we at? Like, if somebody wants to join, is there a wait list, or do we have to turn people away, or how does that work? in the district?
For like our fall sports, like currently? Yep.
just in
So,
general.
it's a great question. We're very close to having to turn kids away, just based on participation numbers and where we're at. We're also getting into the third week of the season, which is usually when we would shut it down, because now, I mean, season's almost halfway over for some sports. And these kids that are on the team have been putting in work for almost over a month now, since the start of fall camp. So we're getting close. I know our boys soccer is pretty much shut down right now. They've got 5 teams, 5 strong teams with a lot of numbers. Our girls volleyball is in the same position with running 5 teams as well, with some of those 9th and 10th grade numbers being very high, so meaning we have one coach, supervising 20 to 24 7th and 8th graders that are on a 9B squad. So we're getting close. Football, we think we had 2 young men sign up today for physicals. Football, we need numbers out there in football. So we do have some capacity there. Swim and dive is one of those spaces.
I was just going to add that AD Ellerson is also actively recruiting. He stands in the hallway and engages with scholars and talks to them about the benefits of joining sports. And I witnessed that today, and also, I believe, Thursday of last week with engaging with scholars.
That's another way we get the ones that aren't involved.
But does he have candy?
I don't typically have candy, no. That's probably what I need, though. So we are getting very close to that cutoff window. A lot of our sports registration is closed. If students come in, I ask them to reach out to the coaches. And then if the coach says, I have the capacity to take on another student, and we have the uniform and the equipment to make sure they're, appropriately dressed and equipped, we can do it. But we're very close at that cutoff.
And just to follow up then, is the bottleneck resources, or is it space, or is it staff time, or is it all of the above, right? Like I think the benefits are pretty clear for more participation, right?
For sure.
What's bottlenecking it? What can we, as a board or administration, do to help?
Money, no.
Besides money.
Right, no, it's, there comes a point, so I'll use volleyball, for example. There comes a point if we have any more teams, we don't have the court space to house them in one spot, right? So then we're shooting teams off, but then a piece of that is the money, the stipends, right? Stipends for coaches. I have what I have. We can afford the amount of coaches that we have. And I'll use boys soccer for this example. Our lower level boys soccer coaches are taking on a tremendous amount of additional young men, and it's really just on the boys' side. So young men that want to be involved. So we have very large lower level soccer teams, and they'll just play. They'll play 3 halves with the team, so they can kind of rotate everybody in instead of just 2. So our coaches are doing their best making it work, so we're not turning away kids. But it really is. I mean, it's the stipends to pay extra coaches, and then just the field space. At some point, we can't have 8 soccer teams or 8 basketball teams because we run out of people to play. Thank you.
Chair Anderson, can I ask a question? Thank you all for being here and doing this presentation. I love sports. It's close to my heart. I played basketball for a long time. But is there any consideration or any talks about having sports or intramural sports at the elementary or at the elementary schools or at the junior high schools? That's for 6th graders down, or any way for them to participate in some type of Hopkins sport?
Yep. So 6th graders, when the transition happens, 6th graders are now included in middle school sports. Oh. So the middle school sports that are offered at the middle schools, they can be involved. And then, middle schools also have their own clubs and things like that. With middle school and elementary, it's typically youth sports. So whatever that community is where they're getting involved. For lack of better words, it's just not housed through us. So I don't have that information for them. But, for baseball, I know we have an in-house baseball youth team that is allowed to kind of hang up signs in the elementary or in the middle school to kind of promote their sports and activities. But, and then elementary, it's all pretty much youth and community based.
There's a lot of community ed options at the elementary level, I think. Anything else? Well, thank you so much for presenting. I know it's always a big part of the start of school for a lot of families, the clubs and activities and sports. So really appreciate you being here and
Thank you
talking
for
to us
having
about
us.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to echo the thank you and shout out to Communications and Marketing for partnering with you, Jared, and your staff on the new website.
Yes,
And
big help.
our school board has a goal of student-facing board agenda items, so you all get gold stars for having a student involved in this presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
We just need to add praise to every agenda
I
item.
know.
Then that
Right.
just takes care of it.
Can you please stay for the next one?
Just what you want.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Of course. Thank you. Are we still doing this after we, is this still a thing?
I like
It
it.
can always be a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we'll move on to our school board goals. I sent you all an email with a link to our working document that we've been working through in updating our board goals for the school year 2024 to 2025. I hope you all got it. If not, I can try and put it on the screen. If it's on. Thank you. It magically appeared. So what we have worked on before, and I tried to make sure that I reflected our conversations in the updated, we have done the teaching and learning, where I don't think there was much discussion about changing. We're all feeling pretty comfortable around the action items, and we added two that were create opportunities and resources module that is accessible to all board members. And then post and implement a transparent action plan to respond to community concerns that incorporates the new position of ombudsman. So is everyone comfortable with that wording for those goals? Does this feel set? Because this is going to be what we're measuring ourselves against and updating our community on, and will be on the website.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Specifically with incorporating the new position of ombudsman, do we have, does the ombudsman know?
Yeah, we mentioned it last time.
Sure, yeah, I remember that we had at least mentioned it, but do we have like a buy-in? Do you know from that?
Well, Dr. Brown is serving as our ombudsperson, and I think this work fits in perfectly with his role, so I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we will move on to goal area number 2, school district and culture. We did discuss this. I don't think there were any updates. We're all feeling really good about these goals, except we did make sure to put as part of our goals that student board reps will continue to serve on committees of the school board, because I know that's incredibly valuable to us, and also I hope to the student board reps who feel like they can have a really big impact on operations the school board and yeah, have an impact on the district. Does anyone have any edits or changes to this section? Okay, I did want that part of our goals are to hold engagement sessions about school board decisions related to Vision 2031 implementation, policy, and budgeting. I think, too, that we are, we're doing that actively all the time as we're working in different committees, but wanted to state that we're hosting an engagement session coming up on the topic of holistic school safety. So just wanted to have everyone keep an eye out for that, that's part of our board goals and something that we do to be responsive to our community, but also align ourselves to Vision 2031. So then the last section is Goal Area 3, operations. These have, I don't think we have talked about at all in depth. So the first section is fiscal transparency and understanding. So wanting to know if there are any changes that members would like to see and or additions, any edits, something that we feel like has been really successful and we'd like to continue, something that we tried but maybe didn't work. Any thoughts on that?
Chair Andreessen?
There is a typo. Yes, sorry.
I know when you see those, you're like, I have to fix it.
I do have to
Yeah.
fix it.
Is there, should we add something about potentially referendum type work? If I know the timing may or may not match, but maybe we want to add it, just be like, hey, maybe we have to, want to have some engagement sessions on that if and when it comes.
Would that be, I really think that's appropriate because that's something that we know is coming.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, would it fit under the first key action where we hold budget education and engagement session with community members? Or would it more strongly align with the second one where it's the LAC and CFAC educating community members about statewide public education funding?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like it is, it could fit in either, but I think it's bringing it to the next level, maybe in some ways, where it's more like a, hey, here's a very specific thing that we need, that we want to get buy-in from, right? But if you think it fits in there, that's fine too. But I thought, that was my only reaction after reading this.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not sure. So you're thinking it fits in with, are you saying you were thinking of it as a standalone item or that it fits?
Or maybe an addition, or, I mean, I'll leave it up to you to decide, but I just thought I'd want to mention that potentially it might be big enough to at least be an item that we're like, oh yeah, including engagement sessions. If you think that's inclusive, that's fine too, but.
No, I'm wondering if that's where it would make sense to add it.
Oh, yeah, probably,
The first one?
yeah.
Bless you, whoever just did that.
Necessity? Just leave it focused on referendum
Sure.
or upcoming?
Yeah, upcoming referendum.
Maybe including potential referendum or something, yeah.
potential?
To me, we're a little bit past potential. I think we're almost at 100% certainty that we will go out.
Okay.
So I think it's around board and community engagement to understand what the asks are and just to engage with community members around support without, of course, soliciting a yes vote.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
The third bullet of this is pretty important to me and was something that struck me, mostly after, unfortunately, the close of our last session. And I'm wondering if we could add as a tentative future workshop item is potentially asking our liaisons and maybe a student to talk about how they get their communications and what kind of practices they use to engage with our, either like our language and our cultural, the populations that the liaisons serve. How do they do that? What does that look like? What percentage of our population that is? And it will be very important, especially in this upcoming referendum season.
So specifically, how do they get their school district budget information?
Yes, I think specifically to the budget, because when we have this goal of transparency, I definitely do not want to overlook this bullet point again. And I'm speaking for me personally. And I'm actually kind of interested in that topic and don't know if it's really been visited during my tenure on the board. I'm not saying necessarily we have to add a new action, though maybe we do. But I guess maybe as entering it in our notes on our future, kind of our master agenda.
Yeah, I think it might be interesting as you're working on the treasurer's report being customized. Is there a way in which accessible language can be just a part of that going forward? Might be a good first step.
I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
And I also think being mindful, I know that maybe we even want to say it out loud on these engagement sessions that they will be provided in an accessible way, right? And how does that mean? There's many different ways to make things accessible, but being intentional about the accessibility of any thing we provide as communications with our community. Does that kind of get more to the holistic feedback you were wanting? So I
Yeah.
know we used to have translation services available, if possible, at these. But being intentional about that, I think, is always a good idea.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
So I'm assuming the referendum is going to be, could we talk about that a little bit? Is that going to be like on the upcoming ballot, or is that a something that we're talking about in the school? Because I'm still trying to understand what a referendum is.
Yeah, that's why I think this education and engagement sessions are really important, because I think it is a very confusing topic within a confusing topic, which is public school finance. And so, yes, I think that this is really important, and thank you, Director Zhao, for bringing it up, that it's going to be a heavy lift to educate all of us, I think, in the community on what this means, the impact, and the ways in which public education relies on things like this for funding.
So does this have to do, or is this in like in the same realm of what a levy is? Or is that like the same thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
kind of, yeah.
And Director Roper, it would be next November, not this coming
Okay, I was gonna
November.
say,
So
'cause
we
we
have
gotta-
some
I know,
time.
you're just like,
Get
so
people on
much.
board right now. Okay.
Or before, maybe.
Or before,
May
maybe.
or August, but I think those
Okay.
are conversations we can have with our referendum committee in the district and also with our school board.
Perfect.
Thank you for the clarification.
Anything else we would like on fiscal transparency? Then we will head down to policy transparency and understanding, key actions. I kind of feel like based on the policy work that I think the committee already does, I think it would be great to enter in like gathering that the policy committee gathers and responds to student voice feedback. I know that that's something the committee does. Let's have it be a goal. Are you comfortable with that, Vice Chair Ross?
I am.
Chair Andreessen, can I make a suggestion? I know that the policy is pertaining to district level policies. However, is there a way, as we are part of the Legislative Action Committee, to invite parents or community to have insight on the legislative agenda for the school district?
The LAC?
Yeah, because I don't think most parents know or caregivers know how to engage or how that agenda is set. Like, so if we are, you know, whatever policies or laws that we are fighting for at the state or federal level, I think it would be really good in addition to the policies to also have parents involved in that conversation as well, because those also impact households outside, our families outside of, you know, outside of school that we're fighting for.
So the policy committee, if that's what we're discussing, the policy committee meetings are open to the public, just as our board meetings are. So any parent can join and watch those meetings. And the LAC also, it, as a committee of the board, is open to any parent or community to attend.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. Like, I know that it's open. I'm just saying hosting like a specific event or meeting or something to let parents know about, like, you know, like the LAC, or like letting them know how decisions are made, just like a broader, big, maybe one-time event, and then giving people the opportunity to come like to those meetings. But I think initially there's just folks who don't know that it even exists. And so if
Yeah.
there's something that can, if they can raise the brand awareness around the work that they're doing, I think would be very beneficial to get more people involved, especially in the policies outside of the district.
Chair Andreessen, Director Roper, I agree with you. I'm wondering if we should add a specific bullet under key actions in goal area 2, under community presence, around inviting people into LAC and advocacy processes who have not been involved in them before, or maybe have become disengaged and want to be re-engaged. Because then we can talk about fiscal advocacy, we can talk about policy and legislative advocacy, we can combine all that together. Does that seem like a good fit for where to put it?
So we'll host, are we talking about an event or invite or reach out to?
Or making it maybe like maybe like I don't know if I would say like a process, but maybe it is a process of getting parents involved. It's like that the event is the process to getting people involved in the conversation, because we do connect with a lot of state reps and council members and things outside of the school. I mean, outside of here that represents the Hopkins city in total. And I think folks would appreciate the opportunity to at least get to know them. I mean, they have opportunities to get to know them outside of Hopkins district. But I think that us being able to facilitate like those connections just during like the LAC and just getting them involved would be, I think it would help engage parents in a more effective, in a more impactful way. Or caregivers, I'm sorry.
Caregivers specifically?
Yeah, or caregivers.
Help me out here. So I have school board members will actively seek engagement of caregivers in board committee work where advocacy is.
Do we want it to be specific to the LAC, or are you trying to write it in a more general way?
Well, I'm thinking that there are other ones like ESAC and schools and community in partnership. That's not our board, but
Maybe we could just say in board committee work and advocacy.
I would say, yeah, that sounds good, because then that way it doesn't have to just be LAC, it can be any committee that we're having.
Or where
Yeah, or work that we're having.
where caregiver input is critical or something.
Because then that way that would help increase, like parent voice and supporting parent voice as well.
okay. Great. And how does this sound for the policy transparency? The Policy and Monitoring Committee will gather and respond to student voice through student board representation on the committee and student survey responses. Does that sound doable?
Yes.
Anything else in the policy section? Okay, so we're all feeling good about these goals. So what I'll do is make sure there aren't any typos. And then we will, briefly discuss them at the meeting coming up. And then we'll do updates throughout the year on how we're reaching these goals. And they will be on our website for our community to help hold us accountable to those. So thank you all for participating, your great recommendations. Yeah, was there anything that we were wanting to incorporate from our prior discussion? Just more student voice, right? Okay. So then we can move on to our next agenda item. And I will stop sharing my screen. And that's the cell phone policy discussion? Which,
Okay. So Dr. Lightfoot is going to join me for this one, and thank you, Christina, so much for sharing the first few slides here. So as we know, there is a statewide expectation that districts and schools adopt a revised or new cell phone policy by March of 2025. And on the first slide, when it pops up, you'll see what that language and expectation looks like. And we wanted to share that we've seen a couple of cell phone toolkits, I think they're called so far. One came from the Minnesota Elementary School Principals Association in partnership with the Minnesota Association of Secondary School Principals. And then Chair Andreessen, you shared another one that we've also been looking at. So thank you for that resource. I'm just getting the slide deck ready here. Here we go. So what we did is we collected what our current practices are. We won't call them policy because so far these practices are not in our policy language, right, Nick?
Correct. There are administrative practices within our buildings, often part of the information that's distributed to students and families about the expectations.
So this language that comes from elementary family handbooks. So it's a little bit lengthy, but we did put in bold there that generally across elementary schools, students are asked to not bring their personal devices to school. And if they do, and it sort of, rings or students are engaging with it, then staff members do work with that student right away and it's taken away. So at the elementary level, you'll see very few cell phones in school. And on the right-hand side of the slide there, there's some research, Chair Andreessen, that was included in the toolkit that you provided around the benefits of reducing student engagement with cell phones, especially during the school day. So less cyberbullying, increased engagement, less mid-class absenteeism, improved teacher morale and retention. So the idea that if teachers don't have to manage student cell phone use during instructional time, then they can obviously spend more time on interacting with students, building relationships, teaching content. So lots of benefits, and we'd like to be thoughtful about how we engage with our community around what our district-wide cell phone policy might be come March of 2025. On the next slide, you'll see our current practices at both of our middle schools. They do vary slightly. Mostly cell phones are not allowed. However, at West, I believe they are allowed during lunch. I just want to read that carefully because that's my current understanding. Yes, during transitions and at lunch. So West staff are preparing to go a bit more restrictive so that the practices at North and West would align. And then on the next slide, we copied for you what our current expectation is at Hopkins High School, which is cell phones can be used only during lunch and passing periods, should not be used during class time unless it's part of the instructional activity and permitted by the teacher. So Dr. Lightfoot, maybe you can talk through on the next slide. We put together what we thought would be a process for our community to engage in as we move toward the March 2025 new policy approval.
Sure. Just to begin with a trip down memory lane, at the end of last school year, we were also having some conversation about this. You as a board were asking that we engage with our student board reps. We set up conversations with Grace at that time at the end of the school year to get some insights and input, which were generally reflecting what we start to see come forward, which is basically the general practice that we see right now that has been implemented, that has been in place at the high school, reflected at West, a little more restrictive at North. Part of the work that's ahead of us is a district. How do we look at bringing all of that together in a consistent practice? So the monitoring committee has had some dialogue. Director Ross and I have been talking a little bit about that practice and how we want to bring that forward into the community as well, knowing we had this session this evening. What we're looking at is we're looking at how we can gather additional sets of information, how we can look toward other spaces and what those practices and policies are, not only in Minnesota, but are there practices and policies in other districts, and what connections do we have in other spaces, not only in other districts, but maybe other states as well, to try and see what we can gather as best sets of information as we think about what is available to us. As was mentioned, we know we have the Minnesota kind of cell phone toolkit that was required from the statute to be produced, so we do have that as a reference. There are some model policies, model notifications that are generated as part of that, so we also will have that set of information to work from. The feedback component is one that we are looking to dialogue about tonight. Hopefully the board can give some insight into what would be helpful as far as a process and what the board is looking to gather as far as information. Any of those are possible ways that we can look at it. And then as we think about putting that draft together and then running that by, we've had different sets of ways of seeking feedback. In the past, we've done surveys. We've also done live meets where the community can join those meets and have dialogue and get additional sets of information. If they have information that they'd like to share that board members can be informed by, we can set those up as well. So generally, it's really about what process the board is looking to use. Ultimately, the goal is that we would have information to you in such a timeline that we could get any final policy approved at the board level by March 15th of 2025, which is the required deadline that's part of the statutory obligation that you have as a school board. So with that, Director Ross, anything else that I missed there?
No, I think you covered it.
And Dr. Lightfoot, on the next slide, we listed some other considerations, for example, student civil rights. I think some of those other things are a bit more obvious on site, but can you speak to student civil rights, please?
Sure. Part of what we wanted to look at is the communication aspect. When we think about any free speech, right to free speech, are we looking at any infringement on that? If any limitations are produced by the board, knowing that it's statutory driven, part of what we wanted to do is just make sure we've done our diligence and looking at, really how does this function as a tool? Are we limiting any communication? Are we doing any chilling effects on communication? And what might that look like through any policy or procedure? Knowing that as a board, the education component of what we do and how we do that is one of our highest levels of functionality, and how do we think about building that in through our procedures to honor and know that we are doing our best to protect those rights.
I'd like to acknowledge for any community members listening in that we have received, Chair Andreessen, I would say maybe 30 or 35
Quite a few.
emails from parents advocating for more restrictive cell phone practices in our schools, and a small handful of emails from parents advocating for students to continue having access to their cell phone in school for safety purposes, for communication with parents purposes. So it'll be really important for us to get that family and staff and student feedback, but also really, I'm sure the results will be very interesting. I'm sure they will be very mixed. And so we'll want to come up with a policy and set of practices that truly do benefit our students without being overly or dangerously restrictive.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I think too that when I hear parental reluctance to limiting access to cell phones, I think it is a lot of that safety piece. And we all know that as much as we want schools to be a safe space, they aren't necessarily that anymore. So I think there is a lot of anxiety from parents. Just knowing that there is that connection to their child should they need it. And I myself, as a parent, find that I rely on it a little bit too much, and could have more discipline myself on how often I feel the need to connect with my child during the school day. And also, yeah, I just think that it's interesting to have this policy before us so that I think we could all use this as an opportunity to reflect on our own use of cell phones and how that impacts perhaps, like we are adults in the system, and how is that impacting the students that you might be around. So yeah, I just have found it interesting to think about it as we're talking about a policy that needs to serve everyone, right, within our system. And what does that mean? Yeah, so, sorry, I started going off. Were you done with presentation? Other considerations?
And Dr. Lightfoot, the policy is about student use, correct?
Correct,
Not about staff use.
correct.
Okay. Because I noticed in Principal Matei's email to her staff sometime this week, she stressed the importance of the adults modeling not using your cell phone during class. So we're expecting it of students. And as adults, we can't be on our phones, right? So that modeling is really important. And so I think that should be a component. Adult use or expectations could be a component of what we include in our surveys to our stakeholders. Not that we have to put it into policy, but that we are, thoughtful enough to just think about what adult and staff practices should look like.
Depending on where we go or how we look at what that policy structures, there are potential implementation challenges. I don't know if challenges is the right word, but of course those are considerations. Do you have pouches in place? Do you really say don't bring them at all? Okay, well what about before or after school? What does that look like? What are those components? What does it mean for athletics and activities if you're coordinating rides after school or after time? What does that look like? So, I mean, there are those sets of details that become very important in just navigating daily life, and how the tool serves its functionality. If you think about student safety and security, obviously for some students, these are health monitors. They monitor and are helpful tools in people's management of diabetes and epilepsy, just as two examples. How do we think about the continuance of this as a tool that allows us to do that, ensuring safety and security, and making sure that we also are mindful of any environment disruption, how we really are mindful of that academic integrity, and then any other considerations that come forward along the way as well. But I think that's kind of the complexity of what we'll be working with collectively as we engage with our students, engage with our community, and knowing that we have some desired outcomes, how we can be.
Anecdotally, when I attended I think they call it the Metropolitan Mayors Regional the Mayors Regional Meeting, I think in July, where the mayors invite their supervisors for a school-focused conversation. Cell phone use was one of the topics on the agenda, and everyone was on their cell phone during the entire conversation. B, the superintendents around the table had the opportunity to put into the space what their current practices are at elementary, middle, and high school. And for the most part, those practices at those three levels mostly mirror what our current practices are. So, no use at the elementary, very restrictive at the middle school, and fairly liberal at the high school. However, when you're in class, you're not on your phone.
Chair Andreessen? So I think one of the difficulties, right, is that if you ask people, they're all going to have a different opinion, and there'll be slight variations. Are you going to give them like okay, here's a less restrictive policy, right, and here's a more restrictive policy, choose one of them type thing? Is that kind of how your engagement might look, or what were you thinking you would get feedback on?
Well, ultimately, it will be the guidance of the board. Kind of referring back to your policy governance conversation earlier this evening. As a board, and if you're structured that way, it really is the guidance that you provide for the implementation at the sites about what that would look like. Certainly that can vary per level within policy, very easily in the construction of that. So we could look differently at the middle than we could from elementary and high school, as has already been implemented. But as far as a district-wide policy, choice is a little bit more difficult. But as the governance from the board, certainly those would be some sets of expectations that would be important for us as a district then to implement.
Chair Andreessen?
Yeah.
Director Zhao, were you talking about for the engagement sessions? Like, would we give people some
Right.
text to react to?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
because, it's like, oh, I don't like cell phones, they're like, okay, fine, but like, here's some policy that, you can have this one or you can have this one, and like, we're not bound by that, but at least we can get a sense for like, okay, we want it to be a little bit more restrictive, maybe even potentially, right? Okay, if people like that and it makes sense from an implementation perspective, I think it's just easier to gather kind of standardized responses versus just like a, vibe that about cell phones.
Like, give them something to respond
Yes,
to.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah. The model toolkit has two policies that are drafted exactly that way.
Okay.
One that shows the very restrictive, and then the other that shows the passing time, the lunch time. All of those are built, as I was reviewing those, all of those are built with exceptions for health requirements that are needed. So I think, some of those key elements have been thought through with those.
Yeah.
So certainly we have to start with already.
Well, and I think too, in the past, when we've developed policies, what the process has been is to go out to staff, students, and of course, the monitoring committee, and craft a policy that we think reflects Hopkins' situation and needs, and definitely centers student voice. And then that draft, that draft will be presented to the full board, and then it will be part of an engagement session. And then our community gives us feedback, asks questions, responds, and if any adjustments are needed, at that time, then those are made before it's passed by the board. So we could discuss if that's a process we think applies well to this type of policy, knowing that I think everyone in our community is very invested in it. Or if we think we need maybe more of a more robust feedback engagement session than the ones we've had in the past on new policies. I don't know what we're thinking.
Chair Andreessen, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot, could you back up? I think it was one slide. You're not controlling the slides. Oh, you just did it mentally. I mean, that's really cool. Okay, thank you. So looking at the gather feedback from elementary, middle, and high school families, students, and staff. So I like how we have multiple ways of getting information. So surveys, listening sessions, focus groups. I'm thinking, reflecting on your comments, Chair Andreessen, like a tiered approach could be helpful, where we present those two model policies that are in the toolkit and say, you know, what do you like out of each of these? And then we go back as a monitoring committee, draft a policy, and then bring it back for a final engagement session. That might be one way to approach it, process-wise.
How are you feeling about that, Vice Chair
It works for
Ross?
me. Yeah, I mean, we have the toolkit available with those two model policies that are available. So I think the biggest thing is that this is not going to be a decision made in a vacuum, and this is not going to be something that you're going to see next meeting. So this is going to be a work in progress, because this is going to impact everybody who has family in the school district, and we have to think through, with the feedback that we're receiving from elementary, middle, and high school, like how to balance, you know, how to be able to just strike a particular balance without coming across as here's a mandate, which nobody likes mandates, and then here is kind of like, here is the rules of engagement of how we're going to operate with the cell phones in the schools. So I think number 3 is going to be probably the biggest critical piece that we're going to get from the community.
Chair Andreessen,
Yeah.
can I ask a question? So just to back up, so the state legislature said you need to have a cell phone policy by March 15, 2025. Is that, and so was there anything in there saying it should include this, or it's totally open-ended? Wow. And then,
And can be implemented in the fall. So passed in March of 2025, or approved by the board in March of 2025.
and
And I'm looking at Nick to be on the same page. Well, I want to be thoughtful about the implementation challenges around starting something drastically different for students in the middle, if not toward the end of a school year, right? So I'm just wanting to call out the difference between when it might be board approved versus when we would implement, and just wanting to ensure that we have everyone on board, and then it's not a huge implementation hurdle for our schools. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, it's fine. I appreciate the detail. And I feel like we've looked at it before, but don't we have some sort of a cell phone policy right now, today? Or,
As far as a board-approved policy, not in specific detail. As far as administrative practices in buildings, we do. Tongue-in-cheek, you have a policy on policies that says if you don't have a specific board-approved policy, then the regulations are determined by the administration. And so you have regulations that are in place in buildings. Really, your policy that you would be determining as a board would put that into board-approved practice that would be consistent from your guidance for all the buildings in the district.
okay. And then the cell phone toolkit that we're looking at, again, that was created by principal associations and given as something to use as you build this policy, correct?
Correct. The Minnesota legislature, I believe, charged these organizations specifically with developing model policies so that we would have something to work from as boards were looking for whatever guidance they wanted to bring forward to their community.
Okay, thank you. And then I think my last question, on number 2 there, is that something you're saying administration will do some research, and is that something you can provide to us, even like Cliff Note versions on, here are some policies that are done in other places or something? Is that what you're envisioning? That would be helpful to me. And then maybe even just a summary of just high level, here's some research out there as far as, what a totally phone-free school would lead to, or, a mixed policy or something like that.
Yeah, the monitoring committee did have a conversation about that. Was that last week? I think last week, yeah. And so we started to say, what might we be able to look at as a monitoring committee? What could we collect? Are there other spaces that we want to look toward to gather additional information as well? So we're in process with that right now, in gathering a couple. And as we get more of that, certainly we can see as a monitoring committee. What I have notes here is even if we work from those model policies from the Principals Association, if we want to do any modifications or whatnot before we bring that out for a community survey, certainly potentially back in front of the board, based on any national models that we look at or places in states that have already been in implementation with these, if we have any learning from that, how we might modify anything before we bring it out for the survey for the community, get that information from the community, do any additional modifications, have some listening sessions, and then as a board present all of that in kind of a complete packet for you as you think about those decisions that would be in front of you with the policy as well.
Okay, I have a question. Oh, you can go. Chair, do you think I have a quick question? So wait, are you done with the whole presentation first, or is there like more slides?
Well, I think we're good.
Are we, okay, kind of like if there's a next slide. But for data reporting on this, like, are we required or will be required to have data, like a data report about the impact of our cell phone policy? And if we do, what does like data gathering look like on this? So will we, I know in addition to surveys, but will we have, an outside data agency come to like report or to gather like the impact that it has or anything like that? Or like that could tell like, okay, like the usage of cell phones have decreased, or, there are high level data agencies that could really do like some very robust reporting, but just wondering like if we're at that level of like data reporting to the community, like the impact.
Yeah, there's no requirement to do that. I don't know if we've talked in detail about, what those data structures would be or how that would potentially inform. But certainly if there is a desire to do that from the board in any of the policy guidance that you'd have forthcoming from a board, if there are specific data points that you would want us to gather information on, those could be built into the policy through your discussions as well.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I don't know if either of you two were able to attend the AMSD meeting, and they specifically mentioned the latest kind of Morris Leatherman, excuse me, reporting, but they had not impact data. Of course, I don't know if that exists somewhere else, but they reported, was that something like 70% support from overall support, and even higher support, I believe, from parents about at least restricting. It didn't give specific language, but restricting the use of personal devices in schools. And so I wonder if we, as a policy committee, are gathering these various data points. I know AMSD has it's posted.
I think they had 800 respondents to their
okay.
survey. Parents and non-parents.
Because that one, that could be That one I could easily forward. And if you guys know of any other places that might be gathering such information that can at least feed our thought process.
Chair Andreessen?
Yeah.
I think I'd be interested to hear our student board rep thoughts on our current practices at the high school. Do you like it, or are you not a fan?
Mia?
How do you feel about cell phones at school? Oh, yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I think she's doing homework.
Yeah, you're doing homework, sorry. Yeah,
School,
yeah.
I like them.
The current practices you like, or?
Well, last year, most teachers would just be like, don't use it during work time, and then, sorry, not work time, during class time, and they could use it during work time. And then this year, I know like a few teachers implemented like, don't use the phone at all, like you just turn it into them at the start of class. I think it was only one department, though, it's just the social studies department, but I don't really like that method, because then like, your phone is taken away, and then like I'm sitting in my pocket, I'm like, where's my phone? I'm bored, like I finished my assignment. But I liked the way it was last year, where like, if you want to be on your phone, you could be on it. Obviously, like be mindful about it, like don't do it like during work time, class time. But if it's like work time, like and you're done with your work, then like you could be on it.
When the teachers collect it, the social studies teachers, where do they put everyone's phone?
They all got this like bin thing that you could put your phones in, like just like put it in like this, and they like have,
In like a specific order?
like they bought like this like thing, this like shelf thing where like you could put your phones in, and everyone puts their phone in it, and like they all have it.
And does it take a long time to have students put them in, and then when you leave
Come in
class,
at
take them
different
out?
times, so like
Okay.
whenever you walk in, you just put it in.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like the taking out part does take a while, because everyone's like rushing to get their phone once like it's time to go. But like the putting in part, just like people come in at different moments. So,
And the students complied with this without a problem?
well, I mean, the teacher's asking us of this, so we do comply, but we obviously don't want to do it.
Sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do. Okay, thank you.
Were there any losses or theft or anything like that?
No, the teacher just puts it by her desk.
Oh, okay.
Is
They all put it by their desk.
student phone theft a thing?
No, because I think everyone has a phone at this point,
Okay,
so I don't understand why people would be stealing phones. But yeah.
gotcha.
You can't really get into them anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Students are so lucky. We didn't have text messages. We passed notes in class. So I had to
we
go
always
into
got
my
caught.
friends, left out of class,
Now
and I
that
had
they
to
took
write
away
them a
our phones,
note
some of us have been,
on
like, passing
paper
notes.
and give it to them. So that was our text messaging. So we didn't have cell phones.
Retro.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
You know, we resorted to doing the 1980s ways, passing notes.
And then like the
It's
fortune teller
vintage,
things, right? Yeah, retro. I love it.
Vintage. That'd be so
Do you call it paper texting? Or
We
notes?
just call it passing notes.
Chair Andreessen, so I'm wondering if a good next step would be for the monitoring committee to draft an engagement process, bring it back to the board for approval, and then we can start moving forward on this.
Draft an engagement process of first, like, step number 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like what specifically will this look like with some timing?
That'd be great, so we can hit our March deadline.
And I think we just like aim for implementation just like the week before spring break. I think that just sounds like
Yeah.
the best idea.
Yes.
I'm totally kidding. Teachers who are listening and
Need a
Feel
think I'm
heart
crazy
monitor.
now.
that.
exactly.
Does that feel good
Yep,
for you, Vice Chair Ross?
it does.
Great. Everyone else think that's a good next step? Good. Any other thoughts, feedback on this? I had one other thing I was thinking about, is that I feel like the site-to-site, classroom-to-classroom thing feels very Hopkins to me. And also, the fact that we have been a one-to-one school for quite some time. It just, and I know we have to do it because it's legislated, but this policy conversation feels very late to me to be happening in Hopkins, just because of how much tech is in our classrooms and how much teachers, I think, manage it currently. So I would like to make sure that we're getting staff input, because I don't want us to pass a policy that doesn't reflect current practices and what students and educators feel comfortable with. Like, I'm thinking about what you shared, like all of a sudden you're putting your phone in a container where you felt like it was working before. So hopefully we can be sure to gather that kind of input, especially knowing that we use iPads and Chromebooks as tools in our classroom. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. So we'll come back then with that engagement process timeline, implementation, inclusive of staff, student, family, community input.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you, monitoring committee, for already engaging deeply in this conversation. This is going to be a lot of work.
We didn't receive any emails at all about cell phones.
No.
It was just something we just pulled out of the sky. It was something we should talk about.
How forward-thinking of you. Well, this is a nice change of pace. We all get a break before our meeting starts at 7. So I will, this workshop has concluded, and we'll see you back here at the board table in 20 minutes.
Yay.
7 p.m. on September 10th, 2024. Thank you all for being here this evening. The people in the room, people that are watching our live stream, we appreciate you tuning in and engaging with the Hopkins School Board and our district. Our first item on the agenda is open agenda. We have 2 opportunities for our community to offer public comment. We believe that hearing from our community members is crucial for implementing Vision 2031. There are several ways to contact the school board besides showing up to public comment. You can do that via email at schoolboard@hopkinsschools.org, and it's available on our website. And the number is on our website. How to do that. The other is in person. We do public comment periods per meeting. The first period during open agenda. At the beginning of the meeting, only hear public items on the agenda for that meeting. The period will be a maximum of 30 minutes long. Speakers will be heard on a first-come, first-served basis. The second period will be at the end of the meeting prior to adjournment. During this period, the board will hear public comment on items not on the agenda. This period will also be a maximum of 30 minutes long. Speakers will be heard on a first-come, first-served basis, and please keep individual comments to under 3 minutes. So that is all the important information about our public comment that the board hosts. We have 2 demands to be played at the board meeting this evening. Is on the agenda. So we will go ahead and play that voicemail.
Thank you. This is Amanda Garcia, parent of Hopkins student class of 2025. I am calling to address agenda item 5, B, approval of the minutes. This agenda item reflects that there were 3 community members who addressed items not on the agenda. This is the only thing written in the minutes from August 20, 2024 about 3 community members who waited over.
Issue that we're addressing.
Thank you. This is Amanda Firth Garcia, parent of Hopkins student class of 2025. I am calling to address agenda item 5, Roman numeral V, B, approval of the minutes. This agenda reflects that there were 3 community members who addressed items not on the agenda. This is the only thing written in the minutes from August 20, 2024 about 3 community members who waited over 3 hours to address the board. Community members Eric, Debbie, and Amanda addressed the board regarding items that were not on the agenda. The board regarding the safety of LGBTQIA students in the Hopkins Public Schools, period. This remains obviously a topic of major concern to many families in the district. I want to thank board chair as well as Superintendent Mary Perry Reed for responding to the parents' letter and for the offer to meet. We look forward to hopefully productive meetings in the future, but I do think it's important that the board minutes reflect the topic that all three parents sat through hours and hours of meetings to address the board about. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have another voicemail for a topic that is not on the agenda that will be played after the meeting, as well as a card that has been submitted for a topic that is not on the agenda. So we will move on to our next part of tonight's meeting, which is our favorite part, the Student Board Representatives Report. I will turn it over to you all.
Okay.
Do you want? I don't see it. Wow.
Those were, changes to the reading program related to the beginning of school. So I had been informed that they were related to the agenda, so.
I'm not sure. I don't see how that relates. Changes to a reading program at elementary school.
I may have misinterpreted the category of your concern. I thought it was something directly related to school opening. I apologize.
It's related to school opening because it's a change that was connected with the opening of school this year. I would love to have the opportunity to just speak for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. This is a policy and procedure that's been in place for several years. I can't really make an exception. I apologize. Sorry.
I misled her. I thought it was related to school opening.
I'm sorry. We will try and be quick and hold in mind that we're waiting to make her comment. I appreciate you being here. Are you ready? Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself since it's new?
Yeah.
And what year you are and at what school?
Hello,
Thanks so much.
my name is Mia Osman, and I'm a senior representative. Oh my God, it feels crazy to say that. But to start the year off, we have 8 foreign exchange students out of a maximum capacity of 10 per board policy, which has our current students come from a diverse array of countries, 3 from Spain, 1 from Mongolia, 3 from Germany, and 1 from Poland. These students enrich our school environment with their unique perspectives and culture. I'm also excited to share some updates about my AP Gov class. My AP Gov class is currently diving into the complexities of the U.S. political system. As a part of our studies, we are examining the ideologies of various political parties, which provides us with a deeper understanding of politics. This explores essential as many of our seniors will soon have the opportunity to cast their votes in the upcoming election. For my homework tonight, it's actually simply just to watch the debate that's happening between Kamala and Trump tonight. And then soon, like later in the term, we have a summative actually, which is just set up a mock election to replicate the actual election. So I'm actually really excited for this class. And it's become one of my favorite classes, especially for someone like me who has a passion for government. So shout out to Mr. UF. And also on government, a student by the name of Isaac Winkler, who's also a senior and also in my AP Gov class, was selected as a delegate for the Democratic National Convention. This is a fantastic opportunity for him as the convention aims to promote party policies, and in this case, also announce the potential future Vice President Tim Walz, which was our governor. His remarkable achievement was recently featured in the Royal Newsletter Student Spotlight by Ms. Ballard. This recognition is well-deserved to reflect his passion for government that he also has in the outstanding contributions he's made. I'm incredibly proud of his success and excited to see the impacts he will make. Sadly, we are currently facing challenges with bus, overcrowding, transportation delays, and late arrivals. These issues have been a source of frustration for both parents and scholars. To address this, the school has been in communication with our bus service providers, and Ballard has recently sent out an email to address these concerns and is working on ways to improve the situation. Please rest assured that they are actively seeking solutions to ensure a more effective and reliable transportation system for our students. Finally, Tucker Hellstrom, who touched many lives in his was known for his warmth, humor, and ability to lift others. His love for the color orange was evident in his daily life from his clothes to his bedroom. Despite his passing on July 2nd, 2016, Tucker's spirit lives on through the Team Tucker Association, which keeps his joyful and inspiring legacy alive for future generations, created by his mom, who still continues to share his story. The football game held last Friday was dedicated to Tucker, who would have been graduating with the class of 2025. Tucker's story is one of resilience and courage, and the team gesture was a powerful demonstration of solidarity and support. We also all wore orange to show our support for Tucker. This is one of the many ways our community engages with each other. A special guest and a childhood friend of one of our coaches came to the football game also. He is Christian Darasaw, a member of the Vikings. This is an amazing opportunity as many students look up to the Vikings, and we're excited to meet him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia.
All right. My name is Praise, and I'm also a senior student board representative, and I go as senior student board representative at Hopkins High School. All right, I'll go ahead and get started. We had an open house at the beginning of the school year. There was student board representative presentations alongside Principal Ballard during the principal meetings that occurred in the, not the little theater, in the auditorium. Additionally, the Student Council of Hopkins High School has started a new newsletter in order to find more ways to connect with the student body. There were some counselor changes this school year as well with last names, and so now students are finally having counselors that will be sticking with them through all 4 years of high school, which is honestly really important, especially for college applications, when a lot of schools request that counselors fill out letters of recommendations or counselor reports for students. And so when students are able to get to know their counselors for longer, it has a lot more benefits. Additionally, kind of related to college, My Learning is our new platform that we've switched from Naviance. My Learning has a lot more tools on there related to the college application, but not only that, related to finding jobs, related to getting an apprenticeship. And so there's many different pathways now for our students and many different resources. As you can see, Manuel isn't here tonight. He's our sophomore representative, so I'll be sharing some of his report as well. The class meetings occurred this week and last week for the 9th grade, the 10th grade, and the 12th grade during Rose Connect, and then 11th grade will be tomorrow. There will be a movie on the field, on the stadium field, and I believe it's next week. But there are different options for students to choose from, and they kind of get to have their input on some student activities. And so some of the options are Inside Out, Beetlejuice, Mamma Mia, and more. Additionally, there's a State of a School address that's new this year, given by Principal Ballard. And then additionally, there's also Principal T, which is also new this year. And this is an opportunity for families to engage with Principal Ballard. And the first topic that she will be going over is school safety. Great. I kind of have a little bit of a longer list than Mia, so I'm going to get right back into it. Senior Sunrise also occurred last week, Friday. It was a good time for seniors to wake up really early at 6:30 a.m. and go to the stadium kind of to watch the sunrise one last time as a class and community. In addition to that, seniors have this tradition of on the first day of school, or not only on the first day of school, but throughout the school year, purchasing a cartoon backpack. And so it's like a kid backpack kind of, and it kind of relates to kindergarten when it's your first day of school and you have a new character or somebody that you've watched on TV, and it's your child. And I've also taken My Little Pony backpack here with me today.
Show and tell.
It was my favorite show growing up, so I'm so happy to have gotten that backpack because I never honestly had a cartoon backpack in elementary school, and to finally have it as a senior is very exciting and validating. But going on, the Gates Scholarship, Coca-Cola Scholarship have opened, and they are due in September. A lot of our seniors have been bustling and getting excited for senior year because this is a really big year for them, and mentioning scholarships and college applications, kind of getting into that groove. And also, additionally, Link Crew upperclassmen of the high school time this summer to spend a day with the freshmen, kind of helping them get accustomed to what it's like to be in the high school. And that the Link Crew program at Hopkins High School was also sponsored by an HEF grant that helps support the activities. Three more things. Celebrity David came in yesterday, and scholars and staff got to take pictures with him, and he also received a tour of the high school, which is very interesting. And then some things related to student board. We as a student board program have been working on kind of like the phone policy that's been in effect, well, that will be going into effect hopefully upcoming, and we've been kind of talking about that and kind of having some, I guess, team talks about it, if I should say. And then the student board representative program also received 6 freshman and 2 sophomore applications for this school year, which we're very excited to review and hopefully get more people seated at the table.
Thank you so much. Those are great reports. And I just wanted to quickly say I really love that you are getting excited about your senior year, but also politics. And you can serve as a student election judge. And I am always proud, because I do that myself, and I am proud that Hopkins, every time I'm working as an election judge, has the highest representative of student reps. You guys are awesome student election judges, so that's an option to you.
I wasn't an election judge, but I did work with an election this summer. The primaries with the state representatives.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the election judge, yes.
Oh, wait, then
You
I
were a
was.
student election judge.
Then never mind, I was. I'm sorry.
Very fancy. So you get to do it again. Does anyone else have any comments or questions for our student board reps?
Chair Andreessen, I do have a
Yes.
question. So Mia, do you get extra credit for going to the DNC and representing us, or no?
Oh, I didn't. Isaac Winkler did.
No, but did he, do you think?
Oh, I don't think so.
Don't think so.
She did. He's an amazing student.
And just another comment then as well. I think AP is one of the areas that Hopkins does really well as a district. Just looking at the latest numbers, we had 63% participation in AP classes, which is really, really high compared to a state average of 24. So I think you mentioning that you take AP is pretty common actually here at Hopkins. So
Thank
great
you.
job.
I love taking APs.
Yeah,
It's like what my schedule consists of every year.
well done.
Thank you.
Do you take the tests too?
I also take the test, yes. I self-studied for a few too. Well, actually not even a few, just one, but
It's amazing.
It's great.
thank you. It is pricey though, so.
Yeah, they're not cheap. But they're cheaper than the class. Yes.
Chair, just kind of make a quick comment. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate listening to your reports. And next time there's a opportunity to buy a bag, can you let me know? 'Cause I got a Rugrats one that I've been eyeing. So I would love to rock it. But you all are doing such an amazing job. So thank you so much.
So that takes us to our superintendent report. Dr. Mary Perry-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. And Ms. Shawn, you can come to the table whenever you're ready. We're going to start having a school or program spotlight as a feature in the superintendent reports. I'm really excited to hear what Sarah and Kathy Willett, who's coming with her, have to share. So since our last school board meeting, we officially launched the school year. And of course, every year starts with onboarding and professional learning for our staff. School staff begin their kickoff week at their sites, getting to know each other, engaged in school-based professional development and getting their classroom and workspaces ready. And then everyone comes together at the high school on Tuesday for the district-wide kickoff. So after my brief remarks, we had a really thought-provoking performance by an outfit called Pillsbury House Breaking Ice. It was a group of performers received a standing ovation from our staff. The 7 actors performed mini vignettes to help Hopkins staff more deeply consider issues of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And then our LGBTQ plus liaison, Laura Jensen, closed the morning session with additional professional learning for staff targeted to what we do to support our LGBTQ students. And thanks, Christina, for going to the next slide. So I did want to mention our intentional selection of authentic inclusivity as this year's district kickoff theme. As educators, it's really our job to stay on top of research around how students are doing in our district, across the state, across the country, and what the implications might be for our work. So recently, leaders reviewed a report from the CDC from the Minnesota Student Survey that say it's generally getting better for many students. Students who identify as female and LGBTQ report more violence, signs of poor mental health, and suicidal thoughts than their male, cisgender, and heterosexual peers. Additionally, some students are still reporting feeling being unsafe or bullied while in school. So our responsibility as educators and educational leaders is to ensure that not only do we have sound safety practices in place, but that we begin our work by creating authentically inclusive environments for all of our students. And these are built through sincere messaging, through restorative practices, and all kinds of adult behaviors to help our students feel socially and emotionally safe while in school. And we so appreciate our school staff for all that they do to create conditions for authentic inclusivity for our students and for our staff. And then that theme of authentic inclusivity was reinforced throughout the kickoff experience. On the next slide, you'll see that another memorable experience from kickoff was the staff luncheon. I want to celebrate our nutrition services colleagues who prepared and served 900 meals to 949 staff, which is 150 more than last year. So the theme for this meal was Italian, and people tried polenta, and then apparently a very favorite dessert was the panna cotta. Thank you, nutrition services staff. Last week, we welcomed a few more than 7,000 kindergartners through 12th graders and transition plus. Lots of excitement and anticipation for everyone's first day of school. I'm hoping the bus would come on time, hoping to see friends in classes, hoping to be welcomed and fit in, and of course, I think hoping that school would feel normal. So overall, students, staff, and families have been reporting positive school start experiences. And on the next slide, you'll see that we had our first day for preschoolers just yesterday. And I think while our K-12 families may have hurried to send their kids to school, I did see a few parent tears yesterday at Hopkins as parents dropped off their little ones for the first day of preschool. Harley was a very busy place, and then, of course, all of our elementary schools, we have preschool classrooms, and altogether we welcomed 340 little learners to preschool yesterday and this week. I would love to lift up and highlight our Media Center paraprofessionals and Tech Integration Specialists. We call them TISs for short, a team that has faced significant staffing change in the last few months. Our Tech Integration Specialists navigated many challenges in the Strong Start journey. However, all things considered, they're experiencing a lot of success and fewer support tickets compared to this time last year. The middle school-based TIS team launched a rollout strategy this year, layered with digital citizenship lessons for students. And while change is never easy, really for any of us, our media paraprofessionals have proven themselves to be an amazing team that has shown resilience through staffing shifts, new roles, and a lot of training. On this slide, you can see media paraprofessional Donna, Miss Donna, reading with second graders, and also notice the inclusive and welcoming redesigned Alice Smith Media Center that puts students with all of their divergent needs and interests at the center of space design. So much respect to our digital literacy specialists, our media center, paraprofessionals, and tech integration specialists who have taken important steps forward. And a special thank you to Dr. Tiffany Nielsen-Winkelman, Susan Delvey, and John Wetter for the leadership they have provided during this time. I would like to highlight for our school board members and community members in the audience and also listening in that we are hosting a school safety conversation and learning event a couple weeks from now on Monday, September 23 from 5:30 to 7 p.m. We'll hold it right here in this space, room 233, which is our boardroom at the Eisenhower Community Center. All are welcome, and we will put together an agenda around information and learning, and of course, an opportunity to ask questions. And so I just want to close my portion of the superintendent report by introducing our new feature. So we're going to take some time to spotlight schools and programs. So we have our program leaders for early childhood and preschool, Sarah Chauvin and Kathy Willett, here this evening so that you can get to know our early programming a little bit more closely. And we're going to, they're going to begin by sharing how ECFE was celebrated at the State Fair. And I will end with a State Fair shout out to Lillian Sorheim, a Hopkins 7th grader who won first place for her crochet at the State Fair. So congrats to Lillian, and Sarah and Kathy, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks for being here and spotlighting early childhood and preschool.
Great. Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here. And I am excited to share about the ECFE seed art that was at the State Fair. ECFE, Early Childhood Family Ed, is celebrating 50 years. So in Minnesota, that's a school-based parenting, education, and support program that's actually unique to Minnesota. So Jill Moe is the artist of seed art. She's a beautiful artist, and she's also the family outreach staff member at St. Paul ECFE. Thought it'd be fun to celebrate. Today we are here to talk about Hopkins preschool as well as early childhood. I'm going to take the first portion of our presentation, but I want to stop a moment and have Kathy Willett introduce herself.
Hi, school board. I'm so glad to be here tonight. My name is Kathy Willett, and I am the preschool supervisor for Hopkins. So I oversee our preschool programs at the elementary schools as well as at Harley Hopkins Family Center. Happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, so I wanted to start by giving a brief overview of all of early childhood. Sometimes we say preschool or we say ECFE, and we don't always know what all the programs that are going on. So as Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, we have Hopkins Preschool at 7 sites, all of our elementary schools, as well as Harley Hopkins, and we've got 340 students so far registered. We have collaborative classes in our preschools, which means that we incorporate students who are on IEPs, who are in ECSE programming, into our collaborative classes. We have about 106 students on IEPs in our preschools. Also in early childhood, we have center-based classrooms, which means we've got preschools with students who are in our ECSE program who have more needs on their IEPs, so their center-based programming has a smaller adult-to-child staff ratio. ECFE, as I mentioned, Early Childhood Family Ed, is a parenting support and education program. We have that at 2 different sites, Harley Hopkins and Meadowbrook. We've got about 145 families registered in that program. Early intervention is another program. You can see why people get confused with all our programs. We have a lot of earlies in the title. Early intervention is for families with children birth up to age 3 who have special needs and have the teachers work in the child's natural environment, most often the home. So there's 64 families enrolled in that program, 17 of which are enrolled in our ECFE, in early intervention collaborative classes. Lastly, but not least, we have early childhood screening, which is required before kindergarten. We often say that we recommend early childhood screening for 3 to 4-year-olds, but it is required by kindergarten. Last year, we were able to screen 457 children in our community, which is a great opportunity to talk with families about development and school readiness before they even start with kindergarten. For our Hopkins preschool overview, we have multiple options for families to meet needs. So we have 2.5-hour classes, 4-hour classes. We have classes that match the elementary school day, and then we have extended day, which will go for till about 5 or 6. So we have a lot of different ways of accommodating families. We work hard in early childhood to braid and blend our funding. So we have a number of different ways of accessing funding, one of which is School Readiness Plus, which comes through MDE and is now in all of our elementary schools. This is the funding that mirrors K-12 and is actually part of the general ed funding based on attendance. We also have school readiness funding, pathways to scholarships, and then we have scholarships and funding for families who are using extended day, including early learning scholarships. We have a partnership with Resource West for scholarships, and we have a small amount of A&I funding that we use in addition to parent fees. So it's a lot of braiding and it's a lot of blending. Excuse me. What we are really proud of is how closely our Reggio-inspired curriculum aligns so closely already with the Hopkins Learning Framework. We also know and are proud of the fact that we utilize the MDE Early Childhood Indicators of Progress, the scope and sequence of developmentally appropriate expectations for holistic growth and learning. For instance, the ESIPs, Early Childhood Indicators of Progress, incorporates information on approaches to learning, which would include developing persistence and fostering creativity, as well as pre-literacy, pre-numeracy, and physical motor coordination. This document here actually highlights some of the ways that the Reggio philosophy highlights the areas in which it's aligned with the Hopkins framework, learning framework. For instance, our Reggio philosophy sees teachers as learners, just as the Hopkins framework sees teachers as facilitators. Our Reggio philosophy builds curriculum around a child's interests, just as the Hopkins framework incorporates inquiry and curiosity into instruction. The Reggio incorporates restorative practices in so many ways. For instance, promoting student voice by encouraging students to reflect on their own experiences and think critically. We're also very proud of the fact that Hopkins schools are providing a very strong foundation to a kindergarten transition. This year, 77% of the 4-year-olds who were enrolled in preschool last year, Hopkins preschool, enrolled into Hopkins public schools for this school year. Of that number, 16% of the families open enrolled in order to join Hopkins public schools this year. This graph shows yearly tracking of how students transition from preschool into Hopkins public schools. You can see by the darker band that those are the students who who come from our preschools right into Hopkins schools. I'd like to highlight the orange band. That is students who've moved or students who went back to their they come to preschool and they go back to the district for K-12. Hopkins Preschools has a fantastic reputation, so we do have a number of families who join us for preschool, knowing that they'll go back to their resident district when they start their K year. We know that quality early education is a foundation for school success throughout a career. What this shows is with all of our braiding and all of our blending, we were able to last year provide tuition support to 45% of the students enrolled and registered with us, which means we were able to provide preschool to families who may or may not have been able to afford it on their own. Then we give them the high quality education. So by the end of the year of spring, during our assessment period, we found that 87% of our registered preschoolers were shown to be proficient, which is the highest grade you can get, in personal and social development, which includes skills such as flexibility, inventiveness, and problem solving. Our Reggio program works very hard to document the learning. We take a lot of pictures and we post them in a lot of places because it helps our students to reflect on the learning that they're doing and to be able to really see the activities and the way that their learning is happening. In our hallways at Harley, you can see the pictures of activities of students, and then we pair that with the type of learning that we see happening in those specific areas. It's a great tool for students. It's also a great tool for families to learn about how we see holistic learning happening in the classroom. And it would be a great opportunity if you were interested in coming to Harley. I'd be happy to, and we could talk about all the learning that happens. So there's my plug. I'd love to see you all.
And this is where I get to talk for a little while. I get to talk about some of the fun things that we do in preschool that I get to see each day as I move from room to room to room. So I want to highlight what the kiddos in this picture are doing. This is one of our classes of 3- and 4-year-olds from one of the last couple years. And they were learning about graphing, which of course is a great pre-math skill, right? And so they were also learning to try different foods because they get to experience our nutrition services wonderful foods. So some of the items that the teachers had them tasting on this taste testing day were items that they would find normally on their school lunch. But they also started talking about words such as bitter, not something that you'd maybe talk about normally with 3- and 4-year-olds. Kind of neat thing. So the kids do a little graph, and you can see in that very last picture, the kids were doing little tally marks themselves as to how they felt like these different foods tasted. So they got to try things like limes and lemons and peppers and carrots and that kinds of thing. But it was a really neat way to show so many different kinds of learning, including science skills, math skills, all these areas that we fit for those early childhood indicators of progress, like Sarah talked about, as well as for our state approved assessment system called work sampling. And so these kids, the teachers were able to document so much progress and process through just the simple activity of getting to try different foods, which is kind of, so it's a neat way to see how in our Reggio-inspired programming, it's really an authentic way to teach children. It's using something that they get to see every day of things on their lunch trays, learning to be able to scaffold it with different learning processes. So it's kind of neat to see it that way. So as you can see from this slide, it talks about observation, scientific thinking, developing accurate descriptions of things, graphing, all these pieces that these kids are learning. Okay, and then in our next slide, I'm sure all of you recognize this book, and I'll show it to our gallery behind us too. I bet most of you know I Spy books, right? Well, this classroom a group of 4- and 5-year-olds recently did an I Spy of their very own. The teacher brought in various trays, compartments. You can see in that very last picture, it's just an egg carton. And the kids were learning to categorize, sort, creating subsets based on a rule and attributes of shapes. Again, all these things that are part of our assessment system for what we assess in our kiddos. But they were getting to create their very own I Spy page that then the teacher took pictures of, created their very own I Spy book that the kids created themselves. And so they had so much, they took so much ownership over that because they created these pages. And it was really fascinating to watch the kids create these different I Spy books. And then, of course, the idea was, they would tell the teacher and say, I spy 3 keys, or, right? So they're also doing numerous this. There's so many pieces that can be enveloped in this type of learning. That's what happens in our classroom on a regular basis. So again, as Sarah said, we would love to see you over at Harley or at any of the elementary schools in our preschool rooms. Please stop in and take a peek to be able to come see some of these fun projects. And finally, we want to do another little shameless plug, right, for our Family Fall Festival that's coming up at Harley Hopkins Family Center on September 19th. It's just for an hour and a half from 5 to 6:30, and you can come see some of these sweet little preschoolers for yourself as well as their siblings and families. And we're going to have all kinds of fun activities and items for the kids to enjoy that day, so we welcome you to come and join us. Thank you for joining us.
And Kathy, for all your work and leadership. Whenever I'm at Harley, I see how busy you are with the little ones and the adults that you serve, and you do this work very well. So thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry-Reed. Does anyone have any comments or questions?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I do have a question, and maybe this is not something that we're going to answer here and now, but I wonder longitudinally, right, over time, does that advantage persist, right? So people that go through or kids that go through Harley Hopkins, do they get better results kind of longer term, right? Is it like does it persist to a certain time? I think that would be a very interesting question that we could ponder, right? And if it, right, if the benefits, persist over a long period of time, maybe this is something that we should really try to push more, right, to get that kind of advantage in our system and retain it, right? Just something to ponder.
Mm-hmm. That is a good question. I do think that generally my understanding is that children benefit from preschool, and usually that in academics, and usually that evens out with their peers like around 3rd, 4th grade. But that's just general. I don't know Hopkins specific. But
Yeah, it'd be interesting to maybe put together this as a workshop topic. But yes, overall, students who attend preschool do fare well in elementary school, carrying into middle school and high school, and students who do not have access to preschool sometimes tend to struggle or have a hurdle when they join kindergarten. So I think, and we've also asked ourselves, so students who are with us in preschool versus haven't attended preschool, what are some of their fast bridge and other literacy and numeracy outcomes? So that's something that we can explore more deeply, perhaps as a workshop topic.
is that something we can track with our current system?
I think we can track it, but you can come and, because I think we have been working on integrating our early childhood and K-12 data systems.
Yes, that's what I thought I'd come back up. We have more and more robust systems for tracking student success on a number of different ways of looking at it. With early childhood, it hasn't been maybe more than 5 years before they've started to get a MARS number, before they've started to get some of that tracking devices that we've been using in K-12 all the way through. So with early childhood more integrated into the data systems that K-12 has, we are starting to see ways to do that tracking even more. We've got an amazing data specialist. Her name is Carly Norling. She's got ideas for how to do some more of this, this tracking all the way through.
Thanks. Thank you.
You want me to stay? Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
You.
Anyone else? I just wanted to do a quick plug for our early childhood and preschool programming. There, we partner with a local nonprofit called Resource West, and the fundraiser for scholarships for families to attend preschools like the ones at Harley is on September 13th. It's called Gathering to Grow, and it's a free, fun, family fun event. So just a quick little plug for making those programs more accessible to more of our community. And with that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is approval of the agenda. I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the agenda has been approved. That moves us on to the consent calendar. These items provide the board with information considered to be more routine in nature. If the board deems an item to be necessary for additional discussion, a motion will be made to move the item to new business. Does anyone have any items that they would like to be removed for further discussion? I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I would just like to say we did get a public comment on this, and perhaps we could consider Clerk Thompson in the future being more specific about what things are talked about during our public comment. So just that consideration around the meeting notes. So no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. The consent calendar has been approved, and that takes us to our treasurer's report. Treasurer Hartland.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight we have a slightly truncated report for two reasons. My personal apologies for the first one, which is that I have forgotten my district iPad at home, which I I've ever done before, and both the district's IT and business services departments have stepped up to help me this evening, so thank you for that. The second is that due to our new Oracle implementation, when our business services professionals log in Oracle and pull out the canned kind of out-of-the-box report for our given time period, it pulls both our paid and processed register and also our unprocessed invoices. Under our old system, it pulled only our check register for fully processed payments. So if you view the current treasurer's register, the first 2 pages list the total that you, either the community members or a board member, are used to. That lists the amounts for the paid and processed invoices. But if you scroll on through the additional 533 pages, you see a list of all invoices, both those that were paid and those that were received and are not yet due to be paid. So each line item on that report clearly says processed or unprocessed. I had done some work prior to this meeting to break down, my typical expenditures that I call out here and report only the processed payments. I mentioned I don't have my device, therefore I do not have my notes that accurately reflect those totals and don't want to attempt to recreate any of that from memory. So I will skip that for tonight. Reporting on the processed and paid amounts is in line with years of precedent at this board table. And so we, as a community, can count on that same practice being reflected in the future in the new treasurer's report that I've mentioned here in the past. The goal for that report is to be ready by the end of next week and shared for the first time at the September 24th board meeting. And our business services office is working with our third-party Oracle implementation team to build that report. I look forward to sharing that with all of you, but since we're not quite there yet, you'll see a total processed payments of approximately $2.6 million. At the very bottom, there's an invoice total of approximately $4.1 million. And again, the first amount is in line with our precedent here. So at that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $2,698,530.47 for the period of August 17th through September 6th, 2024.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I don't think I offered any discussion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the treasurer's report has been approved. That takes us to unfinished business. This is in conversation with the last board meeting about membership in the Association and the National School Board Association. The discussion renewals that have already been flipped. So it was our understanding at that meeting that board's membership had been paid. That is the one that has not been paid. To speak it, so that one I directed Natalia to go ahead and the conversation with the board was that we all have membership. It's really important for advocacy and also for updates and information gathering around what's happening with school boards in our area and across the state. So that then brings us to continuing our discussion about if we want to go ahead with a renewal of the Minnesota School Board Association and/or the National School Board Association membership. And I think that the monitoring committee was going to have some conversations about that, since MSBA provides us with model policies and suggested changes based on Minnesota state law. And also, where do we find value? What are we currently paying? So opening us up for that discussion.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Do you have fresh at hand, or my apologies if I'm overlooking it here, but the dollar amounts for those?
I would not be able to tell you to the letter, to the actual number, but the AMSD membership is annually around 10,000. The MSBA is around 12,000. And that includes an additional, I believe it's $780 for the policy, model policy subscription. And then NSBA, I believe, is 4,000 something, over 4,000.
Thank you. Did we find out if the policy subscription was available as a standalone piece?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Yes, it is available as a standalone, but it would be much more expensive if we leverage just the policy as the application that we're utilizing versus paying holistically for the entire membership. So I find value in the membership of MSBA as a party of one because we're able to leverage, one, we have FaceTime with the individuals if necessary. We could email the individuals. They tell them you attend. If you attend any of the trainings for MSBA, they always say they're at our beck and call. We're at their beck and call. So whenever we need to get additional information, and obviously with the policies changing through the legislative forum, it is also great to have a representative to be able to communicate what these changes are and why we need to be implementing them in the policies. So again, my perspective is that if we only go after just a policy application, we should plan to spend extra money out of the general fund, just so I'm very transparent with my board colleagues in the community.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I just have a clarification. So the MSBA has been paid or the NSBA has been?
Have been paid.
They've both been paid. So
Yes.
essentially, we are paid up for the coming year.
Yes.
So this is something that we could revisit next year instead of making that change now, because as Vice Chair Ross said, it will be more expensive to just get the policy assistance. And so because, that is of value, just moving ahead. And because we'd have to like claw back our membership money, right? If we changed it this year? Am I
Well,
understanding
I'm
this?
assuming that any decision we would make would be for the renewal coming up. So it comes up in, I think, January.
Oh,
is when
I
it's
see.
done. So
Okay.
the discussion we're having now is, are we going to renew when it comes up?
In January, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I'm persuaded by Vice Chair Ross's information around what all comes with the MSBA membership. I didn't realize that there was the access to speaking to people with that, so appreciate that. And, I don't really have strong feelings either way, but I think I'd probably be in support of staying with the renewing the MSBA one.
Any other thoughts?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes, Director Hartland.
I also do not have super strong feelings. It felt somewhat appropriate to make sure we were getting some value, or that we understood at the board table what the value was that we were getting, especially in light of, financial realities for the district. But I think it was always a possibility that the answer was, it is worth it, and we should stay with it. And I thank you, Vice, for that additional information.
Chair Andreessen,
Yes.
is it possible to invite Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot to the table to also fill in any gaps that maybe for my board colleagues and for the community, just for the value of MSBA?
Yes, Nick, do you feel like you have some information to add? I have a couple of questions around if, I know that the policy subscription has been helpful in the past. I also am wondering, you indicated that it's more than $780. I'm wondering how much more? If this is something that we value, could we get it at a much reduced price. Because the membership, it's not nothing, right? It's $12,000. If the policy add-on costs us just $2,000, we're saving $10,000, right? So having an idea of what that actual number is would be helpful. I also know that oftentimes when we are doing work like the cell phone policy work, we are going way outside of MSBA and looking at what other districts have done. We have to do our own research to craft these new policies because MSBA is not doing that for us. And I do believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, our current legal counsel provides services to MSBA.
Yeah, from what I understand presently, that is correct.
So those are my thoughts. Is the additional $10,000 worth it that we're getting from MSBA?
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
So if what's appealing about the membership, from what I've heard from Vice Chair Ross and Director Thompson, is that we can have some live dialogue with someone about a policy issue or a legal issue. We can have that with our legal counsel as well. And having been on the policy committee for, well, a while, with a slight break in between, rare that we would go to MSBA with a question, especially if we're working on a policy that might be different from their model policy. Like, we would typically rely on district legal counsel for that. So I just wanted to bring that to the mix as well, that we would have live people we can talk to about policy issues.
But not for free, right?
Chair Andreessen, when you said, but not for free, the lawyer charges you if you ask him a question?
Right, yeah. Legal counsel generally has an hourly rate.
Chair Andreessen, not to add another variable in, but I'm going to. When we have new board members, you encourage us to take MSBA training, right? Which, as I understand, is discounted because we're a member.
Yes.
So I think maybe that needs to enter the calculation as well of like, okay, new board person comes in, do we still send them to training? And if so, okay, there's a differential then in costs potentially, right? So it's another factor that we have to consider as well.
Yes.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
We could rejoin, can't we? So we're not going to get any new board members unless something crazy happens. But we're not looking at, knock on wood, we're not looking at any new board members in the foreseeable future, right? And we can take MSBA trainings.
Right.
I don't know what the dollar amount cost is, but I don't know that it's so much that we would see $10,000. So to your point, Chair Andreessen, Vice Chair Ross, do we know, you said it costs more than $700 if we're not members, correct, to get this policy piece? Do we know, or can we find that out?
Chair Andreessen.
Yes.
We could probably find that information out. I don't have it at my fingertips as of right now of, how much, what the differential would be, so what that variance gap is going to be in pricing, but we can follow back up.
Thank you. I don't know.
Unless Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot has much more, he has it closer at his fingertips, that maybe I don't know.
No, we'd have to double check what that individual subscription would be, but we certainly can do that.
Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
Feels like we're talking about a lot of numbers in the
Yeah.
air. I think it'd be really helpful to see this in front of us. And so I would feel more comfortable discussing this at a future meeting, especially because there's not a time crunch, because we're already paid up through the end of December.
That sounds good. And maybe it could even be one of our workshop items, so that we aren't, so we can go ahead and put this on unfinished business at a later board meeting, and discuss the logistics of it, numbers-wise, maybe at 15 minutes in a workshop. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah, and then we could put it on a consent calendar
Right.
for the meeting after. Yes, that
Yes.
sounds great.
Thank
Do you need a motion to that effect? Or
I don't think so. No. Yeah, because it was part of the organizational meeting, so. All right, so that takes us to new business. I will turn it over to Dr. Miri Piri-Reed to talk about our 2024-25 school opening report.
Thank you, Chair Andreessen. So for this report, we do have a number of presenters who will now approach the board table. Welcome. And I'm really thankful that this is a collaborative effort. It does tend to be a lengthier report, so I'm mindful of the parents that we have in our audience waiting to speak. And we have sort of briefed ourselves to keep our each of our comments to about 2 minutes, I think, per presenter. So thank you very much, leaders, for coming to the board table. And I think as our school board members definitely understand, and good information for parents and community members, running a school district and a portfolio of schools and preparing for each new school year is a giant, multifaceted effort requiring lots and lots of time and working together and being on the same page so that we can be responsive to limited resources and provide high quality service to our students, families, and staff. So thank you, Christina, for being here tonight to help run these slide decks. On the first slide, you will see our list of presenters. So we'll sort of go through this list here. We'll have a staffing component, learning and teaching, early childhood, which you did already hear from our early childhood leaders, but they'll just provide a high-level overview, summer programming, schools, information services, buildings and grounds, a bit about our Oracle implementation, transportation, nutrition services. And there are actually other facets of opening schools that are not listed here, but these are sort of the major components. So thank you, leaders, for being here. And I think what we'll do is I'll introduce Dr. Lightfoot, who will take on staffing, and then each presenter introduce the next speaker. Just to keep it moving. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you for being here.
And
Great.
start with you, Nick.
I'll try to kick it off here. Part of what we look at is we look at our Vision 2031 indicators are that we look particularly when we look at our student demographics reflecting our staff demographics. And so a couple of the key indicators that the board has asked for over a period of years as we take a look at are the staff of color information that we want to make sure that we provide to you. What I've tried to do is capture 17, 18, reflect then in 23, 24 where we were last year, and then of course 24, 25. As you can see, we continue to be on track to increase our staff of color as we look at individuals who serve our entire system. Important to consider, and we'll have that in a couple slides, that we typically have within the school district about 1,350 employees, just as a general number. So as we think about our look this year, And where we landed this year, we do continue to see our increase as we are able to recruit as well as retain larger numbers of staff of color. In addition, you'll see that we did have an increase this year just in numbers of individuals hired for the year itself from 23-24 into 24-25. In part, why some of that little bit of an increase, number one, we were able, and in 23-24 had more open positions that were unfilled at the time at the start of the school year. We did, as I've mentioned to the board before, in 24-25, larger pools of candidates being available to us as an employing district, which was helpful, especially in the area of paraprofessional positions that we had available, specifically in our special education program. So we were able to see higher rates of acceptance for positions throughout the district, and we're able to move those through faster as we were more intentional about beginning sooner as we could throughout the course of the end of last school year into the start of this school year. So with some of that intentionality, we were able to look at that as well. We did have some increased program demand when we think about before and after school care, which we'll also talk about, able to bring on individuals in addition to what we would have seen in typical previous years, able to hire more individuals as well. Next slide. You've also asked in the past that we look at gender. We do at this point have male-female, as that is where our system is, but I'm happy to announce as we work with Oracle that we are able to look at male-female, non-binary, and any additional information that people would wish to provide about gender. So hopefully we'll be able to expand as our staff have asked the ability to have that, and so we will be meeting that need when we launch our Oracle system, and we'll have some of that information as part of the update of the new start of the school year as well. So as you can see here, we continue to reflect more. Part of what we have seen in the past is we have not seen those that identify as male be as high in our numbers of new staff. I'm pleased to announce that we are attracting, we are recruiting, we are retaining. And in the next slide, part of what we look at and what we have been before is we've used some indicators to start to say, are we on track and do we continue to be on track? We do see that, yes, as we think about the 2031 indicator, our work is showing as we work on the recruitment and retention efforts within the district, that we are on track and we are seeing as we start the school year that continued improvement as we work toward reaching that goal. Next slide, please. Part of what we look at as we think about that success indicator are some additional strategic considerations. We continue to build those partnerships. We know that networking with our institutions of higher education are part of that. We continue to look at growing our own programming, and we think about pathways within the system, as we spoke to you about, even within our school nutrition program, looking at promoting from within. As well, we continue to try to develop and work with alternative pathways to licensure, programs with new teacher projects, programs with Black Men Teach, looking to really develop and continue partnerships, some partnerships as well with the U of M as we think about some of our speech language pathologists and new programs and new developmental relationships and trying to bring quality staff to us and retain staff as well. We continue to have mentoring and networking structures and supports in place. We were able again to receive grants from PELSB, a licensing agency to support mentoring and development, particularly for staff of color to increase the retention efforts that we see within our systems. We continue to promote, as I mentioned before, career and growth ladders internally and developing and sustaining affirming workplace cultures. Trying to keep within my 2 minutes and be brief. Certainly, do we want questions now, later at the end? Hopefully at the end.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Thank you. So I think I'm introducing Dr. Ertl and Director Contreras.
Thank you, Dr. Lightfoot. I chose just a couple of things to share as we're keeping it high level and just an overview. The first huge lift for our staff was letters training. So over 250 early childhood, classroom, special ed, EL, immersion, and certified reading teachers participated in session 1 of the 24-25 letters training cohort. These groups kicked off their year on Friday, August 23rd, and had a great first day of learning. These are some pictures. They participated in activities like a reading simulation, learned about the importance of oral language development and early childhood predictors of future reading success, how reading happens in the brain, and different aspects of vocabulary instruction. We know from data that we've looked at from previous cohorts is already showing promising results on student reading achievement when taught by a letters trained teacher. So we're excited about that. Just as a reminder, letters training, which is one of the approved training programs from MDE as related to the READ Act, does require about 35 hours for our early childhood staff and about 50 hours for K-12 staff. So it is a huge professional learning focus of this year. And we are also beginning the work of adopting and installing new K-12 math standards. So more to come on that. Next slide, please. The other highlight that I want to share is that we are in year 4, entering year 4 of our Hopkins Instructional Leadership Team. This leadership team consists of schools and district leaders, IL team, teachers, data specialists, restorative practitioners, and coaching staff. And the primary goal of HILT is improving the instructional experiences and outcomes of every student in every classroom. So this year we are laser focused on Tier 1, also known as universal, classroom instruction. This year we are also in year 3 of implementing our Hopkins Learning Framework. So in school terms, this is pretty early in an implementation cycle, particularly when the scope of the implementation is every single classroom. That said, we know that there are some classrooms that are really high implementers at this point, and so one of the work streams in IDL this year will be to collect data in those classrooms so that we can measure the impact the implementation is having on our student experiences and outcomes. I'm going to turn it now to Director Contreras.
Thank you. So just a brief overview of special education. We currently provide services to students at, I'm going to say 23 sites, our Hopkins private and public school sites, in 13 disability areas for students on IEPs from birth through age 22. And in addition to that, we also provide services to hundreds of students on 504s. We provide health services and supports for students in both Hopkins and our private sites. We also provide counseling to some of our private sites that apply and get accepted from that through the state. I'm super excited this year about 2 partnerships through the U of M. The first one I shared a couple weeks ago, where we have a speech clinician that will supervise clinical students and hopefully build a pathway for us to retain clinical students to fill our speech positions that we still contract out with a couple of agencies. So speech has been the hardest to fill, so we start that partnership on Monday. So they will rotate out clinical students for 10 to 12 weeks. And I already told the speech team, swoop in. So that's the hope. And then the second partnership is a para to teacher apprenticeship. So we will do the work this year with different campuses at the U of M and a couple other districts in the metro area to build the program that we want to launch for the fall of 24-25 to grow some of our paras into special education teachers. I'm super excited about that. There aren't too many apprenticeship programs in the state, and the U of M reached out to partner with us. So I'm super excited about that. Also, we opened 5 center-based programs this year, 1 in early childhood, 4 at our elementary sites. So that's a a lot of work, but our needs for some scholars require those supports.
Fonda, can you explain what a center-based program is, please?
Yes, sure. Sorry. Those are programs for students who spend the majority of their time in special education versus with their gen ed peers. So up to 60% of their day is in special education. So, and for wellness, we continue to support the district with wellness needs with community partners that do therapeutic services at our sites, at all of our sites, screeners, and SEL curriculum. And then we continue to support the IDL team in partnership with working on MTSS to provide supports to students in Tier 1 through Tier 3, both academically and socially, emotionally. And now I will turn it over to Sarah Chauvin.
Hi again. Thank you. So you did hear quite a bit from me just a bit earlier. I thought for this presentation, I would offer some information about partnerships we've made with our community organizations focused on wellness for both students and staff. We have a continued relationship with Relate, who we work with a mental health practitioner, therapist, to come in and provide coaching and build capacity with our teachers to create socially, emotionally supportive classrooms, which is a Tier 1 strategy. We have a this year and last with the Minnesota Department of Health for staff-focused resiliency consultations with a licensed practitioner, coping mechanisms and strategies for challenges that are happening in the classroom. We've been developing a stronger ICA partnership with our early intervention program, the program that works with families from birth who have children birth to 3, to create a streamlined process to access emergency food when it's found that the family needs extra resources but has barriers to finding a way there to ICA. We are also going to have our first safety and resource fair on October 1st. We'll be partnering with many local organizations to support families with students who have special needs. And lastly, but not least, we're partnering with Children First, who's been able to provide us a grant with a book vending machine, and we're partnering with artist Adam Turman, who's a local artist, to design the machine. It's beautiful. It's like a piece of art, and it's going to provide books to families all through our building. So we're very excited about that as well. I am going to turn it over to Jolisa Smith-Breedlove and Paris Timmons.
Hi, all. I'll go first. So with every school kickoff, there's an ending to summer fun. So Paris and I share summer. So for Camp Royal this year, we offered 172 camps, serving 1,968 enrollments. And so that equals to about 644 campers, rising K through 6. So preschoolers make the decision as they go into kindergarten if they come into Camp Royal or if they stay in their preschool program. And some of our camps included arts, music, sports, lots of STEM, creating half-day and full-day experiences. Camps that were new to us this year that went really well was our woodworking camps as well as swim. So this was our first summer getting in the pools, and as well as sewing. This year, we incorporated some peer mentoring as well. So we had 4 high school students join our team this summer. 2 were serving as lifeguards. And then new this year, we launched a junior assistant position where we had 2 middle school students, including a Lightfoot, join us over the summer to assist with our youngest campers doing hands-on crafts and providing one-on-one support. For our summer enrichment, which includes our secondary over the summer, we were able to offer 51 courses. The purpose of this was to keep them engaged over the summer, learning, and we partnered with our high school theater teachers to do a middle school musical. And then for Kids in Company, as always, we have a really robust program serving 637 students, first grade through sixth grade. And then I just want to give, as we go into the school year, we still have a current wait list of 215 students waiting to receive after-school care. Since I was here a few weeks ago, we've had an additional 53 families request care for their children, so we still have a strong desire for after-school care. Our current enrollment is over our last year's enrollment, so far this year we have 742 students enrolled. Last year total we had 708. So our next steps is we now have a solidified internal process to increase our resources with advertising the positions that we need. That will kick off in the next few weeks. There's still a need for 15 staff across the district, and our largest need is at Glen Lake Elementary. And I'll pass it over to Paris.
Good evening. For our summer programming as it relates to targeted services and credit recovery. For credit recovery, we enrolled 593 scholars offering 17 different courses where 988 credits were attempted and 626 credits were earned. In Freedom School, we enrolled 162 scholars with scholars that just completed grades 3 through 8. It was 6 weeks in duration, and we continued our partnerships with the Sojourner Project, Junior Achievement, My Health, and included or began new partnerships with the Legal Rights Center, also continued with Relate, and we had civil engineers come and work with our scholars to do some hands-on learning with the outdoor space at North, learning about civil engineering outside. And then we also started had a new partnership with Beautiful Education this summer. We also went on field trips at least once a week, sometimes twice a week, for scholars to have experiential learning outside of the classroom. And for our first summer, we had junior servant leader interns, which are scholars who were scholars within the Freedom School program before, who are now at the high school in grades 10, or that just completed grade 10. In Royal Learning Academy, we had 320 enrollments for students who were rising first through fifth graders. The program ran for 6 weeks, providing math, reading, and social emotional curriculum in the mornings and enrichment in the afternoons with weekly off-campus experiences in the afternoon. New to Royal Learning Academy this summer were reading corps tutors who worked with our scholars every day. And we had a Juntos cohort and a special education cohort to serve our scholars this summer as well. I am now going to turn it over to Dr. Campy.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. As you know, the open of the school year is all about the schools. That's why we're doing all of this. And I am happy to say that I met with all of the principals yesterday, and they all expressed that they had had a really great first week, that they were all feeling that things had started off smoothly at their sites. And I told them that I'm often the person that gets a call when there's a problem, and I had no calls. And so I agreed with their assessment. We have a few highlights to share. Meadowbrook is kicking off the new year with their Ways of Being. So a big piece of opening the school year at all of our sites is always thinking about how do we determine what our culture is going to look like, both in the schools as a whole, as well as in the classrooms. Glen Lake has lots of new going on. They have their new accessible playground, 2 new links to learning programs, and over 50 new students in grades 1 through 5 and 66 new kindergartners. So they are growing and thriving. Eisenhower, as an IB school, is spending the first 6 weeks of the school year doing a unit focused on who we are. The students learn routines in that unit as well as community. One of Eisenhower Xingxing's core beliefs is that rigorous academic learning happens when students feel a sense of belonging and feel safe at school. So that unit helps reinforce that. Tanglin, as you may know, has a character strengths focus, and they started the year focusing on kindness and are thrilled that they're seeing lots of examples of the students holding doors for each other, smiling and greeting each other, picking up trash. As you've already heard from Sarah Chauvin, our preschool students officially started yesterday, but last week they spent time engaging families in conferences. And then finally, our virtual program started on Thursday of last week, and their students were fully online for that first day. Next slide, please. At our secondary schools, very similar things, off to a good start and doing lots of orientation type activities. There was an orientation day for 9th grade the week before school started for everyone else, and then of course 6th grade on the day after Labor Day. Class meetings happening in all of the schools to help set expectations, and we are having the students at our middle level start a bit earlier than they did before, but they're also feeling really happy about the ability to participate in high school activities much more easily than they could in the past. And that's all from me. I'm going to hand it off to Director Wetter.
All right, thank you, Dr. Campy. Taking a look at information services and some of the technology operations pieces that go into the startup of the school year. First, visiting a little bit of the summer work, as technology certainly does not stop. And in the summer, we spend a lot of time refreshing, checking for damage on student devices, inventorying, making sure that they are set up and ready to go for the first day of school. And either put in students' hands, or as you also heard tonight, some of those pieces of really making sure that students understand the use of technology and have those learning opportunities around digital citizenship before they have their devices in hand, but knowing that those devices are ready to go. Also, kind of a direct piece on the next item here, around 500 new devices into students and staff. Certainly seeing the direct results, as Dr. Lightfoot mentioned, around that increased hiring. That is just a reality of our staffing right now, and see that as a direct impact in information services as well, just with the increased volume of getting those devices into staff hands and into student hands. One interesting refresh of technology this summer as well that I call out is we refreshed all of the computers in the music production lab at Hopkins High School, which if you haven't seen that lab is a really interesting space to be in and really see a great fusion of both technology and the arts coming together, with students really taking part in a lot of activities there. We did some work in streamlining some of our management and backup software to utilize some savings to the school district this summer. Some of this is still frankly untangling some of the pieces from during COVID, when we had to make some very fast changes to some of our systems and layering in new management frameworks on top of making sure that we were able to manage devices both in schools as well as anywhere in the world where we might find our scholars. So we're working to re-streamline some of those pieces now as we move forward. Looking at a couple other things, the tech integration specialists and the data team have done a lot of really deep work that sometimes is not really seen or evident for some time around our data systems and making sure we have better data transportability between those systems. One piece that we're seeing in the middle school level is around grade passback. And seeing that those grades, instead of staff needed to hand enter grades into multiple systems, making sure there's an automated pass back around all of those pieces happening, which has really been a multi-year project to get that into place. I'll mention is really a focus on accessibility and really making sure that every student can access our instructional materials. This has been both through staff PD offerings as well as intentional design around how courses look in Canvas, making sure that some of those blueprints is what Canvas calls them, or templates, have that accessible design just baked right into them, so all of our students are able to access those materials. as well as then making sure our staff and our students understand what those on-device accessibility capabilities are as well. So that's really a full team approach, all the way from the technical side to our instructional technologists, making sure that they have all of those pieces in place. A couple pictures there just away with those devices, and the bottom picture there I think is kind of sums up the week before school, where in the background you see the buses going through doing their test routes while we're getting iPads ready to go out to classrooms. So next slide, looking both directly at technology integration as well. Couple pieces that I want to just call out, and that there again, this is an all summer work. And a couple conferences that Hopkins has hosted is really are seen as a leader in technology, and how other districts are also interested in what's going on, and how we collaborate very intentionally with a lot of other districts in the area to make sure we're doing the best we can for our students. And so we had both a technical conference back in June, where we had over 120 participants from 3 states come here to Hopkins, as well as in August we hosted the Minnesota Canvas Conference with attendance from over 20 school districts, as well as engineers, facilitators from Instructure, the company who manages Canvas. So lots of breakouts and a lot of good learning there, again, in service to making sure that we're ready to go for the beginning of school, along with all those digital app vettings and all of those pieces that our tech integration specialists are involved in. Not mentioned here, but I also call out, just we saw that in the superintendent's report this evening around what's the great work happening in our media centers, also with the startup of the school year and what those are looking like. So didn't want to double up on all of those for time's sake. And so with that, I believe I am handing off to Director Chapanduka for Oracle update.
Thank you, Director Waiter. So for Oracle, as most of you know, we actually started this project in July of 2023, starting with the Oracle Financials. It's divided into 4 phases. The first phase was the Oracle Financial, which is now live, starting on July 1, 2024. Most of the stuff are now available on the system, and those who are actually to process transactions from a business perspective within our buildings, our departments are able to do. Most of the work, I mean, we've had some challenges. As you may know, this is a very sophisticated system. The system was set up to do what it's supposed to do from a business standpoint. We've been working through some of those challenges as part of our stabilization, and we are currently onboarding our vendors. We are working with our different suppliers in terms of acquiring goods and services. There are delays here and there, but we are working with all impacted to be able to supplies, goods and services available for our community. We still have a couple implementations going on. Right now we are in the process of configurations for our budgetary module, which will be functional starting in November. We are also working on our human capital management and payroll, which we are planning to be able to deploy beginning in January of 2025. And then we also have other pieces to the implementations which will be done later on in the year, in 2025. So overall, the project is ongoing. It was a multi-year project, which will definitely increase visibility across our system, everything being done in one ecosystem, and also be responsive to to our internal customers as well as our external customers, with staff being able to capture information, which, you know, in the past, they probably would have to go through different hoops to get that information. And we are looking forward and excited to the possibilities and people having information at the fingertips to be able to make decisions for our system, our programs, as well as our community. So there's more to follow. You know, the bigger piece will be all our employees into the system, and they're able to utilize that system and realize the investments which have been put for us to be where we are. I would like to thank our business office staff. We have been working wholeheartedly. Dual roles, our human resources staff, our information technology staff, and key players across our system. We have been part of this project and getting us to where we are today. With that, I would hand over to Director Williams.
I think you should be.
Is it Director? Your man?
I'd like to first give a shout out to our custodial grounds and maintenance staff. We had a very challenging, volatile summer with the multiple storms that our campuses dealt with. And we literally had hundreds of trees that suffered damage on all of our campuses. And not only just our campuses, but our neighborhoods surrounding our campuses. We have a lot of tree belts, vegetation belts that fell also. The trees didn't always fall our way. They fell in other directions also. Because of all the tree damage, we suffered power outages. And with power outages, our systems get stressed. And the largest stress that we saw was the failure of our main switch at the high school that we suffered this summer. That was a very big challenge and just about a $40,000 challenge on a piece of equipment that has been around for about 1990s. That led to a big challenge to our custodial staff in moving thousands of dollars in food from our high school freezers to, fortunately, an empty freezer because it had just gone through maintenance at North Middle School, and they did that all in one evening. So that was a blessing to Reggie and his staff there at the high school, using the school van, getting all of that perishable frozen foods over to North. And that leads to something I want to make the board aware is the professionalism of a lot of people you see here in dealing with those challenges, from our Kids & Co staff, summer programming, credit recovery, so early childhood. So many of them dealt with these in an extremely professional way. Very frustrating, the multiple storms that we had, the multiple power outages that occurred, and yet the Hopkins leadership teams just rolled with the, Jolene put out good communications, as did the holistic safety team. So just kudos to the leadership teams in dealing, again, with a very challenging summer weather volatility that we dealt with. So with that, I'll quickly go through some of our projects that we did. One of the largest projects was Eisenhower Elementary, the Xinjiang Academy, and Juntos Spanish Immersion. We relocated over 30 classrooms in a matter of days, if not for the months. We reconfigured all of them to grade level for the 3 programs. And that included 2 new kindergarten rooms with new bathrooms. A lot of walls came down and a lot of walls went up in a very short amount of time. We also took time to renovate some of the art teaching space there on campus. So Eisenhower went through if you walk through the halls, you may think, oh, something isn't right here, but if you look at old pictures, there was a door there or there was a wall there that now isn't or is. So Eisenhower by far was our most challenging project this summer in terms of logistics, moving things, but also in dealing with buildings of age and all the challenges that it presents. Glen Lake Elementary, Leanne mentioned the new playground. I think we have a new standard that has been for the district, especially as we look at some of our other playgrounds needing renovation as we look possibly toward a referendum. They aren't cheap, but yet you saw a group of kids, you saw school teachers getting together and resources needed to build something that will be around for years to come, and as I said, sets a standard for future playgrounds in our district. We have a remodeled gender-neutral bathroom there at Glen Lake and some remodeled sped spaces. Next slide, please. At Tanglin, again, we dealt with art spaces, relocation of kilns, new cabinetry, countertops, and plumbing clay traps for their expanding arts program. Also, a expanded bridges program for SPED and some new SPED spaces in 2 different parts of the campus building, and a relocation of the staff lounge with a new storage system. So if the one thing you'll notice with the staff lounge there at Tanglin, the brilliant red, they took it to the Target campuses that were moved around the cities, and so very nice furniture there with our gray and blues. At Gatewood, 4 classrooms with new carpeting, and our superintendent, she received a nice thank you email from one of our teachers who is celebrating 21 years in the district and 21 years with the same carpeting. They both came in the district at the same time. She felt rejuvenated in coming into a room with new carpeting. So received an email with that. Also, with their outdoor learning, we're now winterizing some of our buildings there. We're in progress of adding 6 new garage doors to their outdoor pavilion, which will allow more rain weather or in the wintertime. And then at Meadowbrook, a lot of outdoor work. We did some extensive landscaping, new stone retaining walls and sod, and also renovated the Kids Cove play area on the west side of campus. That was through an HEF grant, and we worked with them to provide some additional recreation space. Now, I focused on the 6 elementaries. Our secondaries also received attention. They'll be receiving more attention in the years coming up, as will Alice Smith with new boilers in the horizon for them. But we were very aggressive with the painting all throughout the district. If you go to the high school, the tech lab hallway has been repainted, the business education area, exterior area, hallways repainted with a new lounge area, accent walls. So all of our spaces in the district, including Harley Hopkins too, received attention this summer. The fact that we didn't have a large project or projects in the district allow us to give a little more detail to areas that have been neglected. And I would say A perfect example is if you go into the front of Meadowbrook Elementary, their Dore, the landscaping that was done really gets us back on track to where the standards, where we want to be with our facilities. And with that, I'll pass it over to Assistant Director Naisha Williams.
I want to start by seeing that we welcomed about 4,600 scholars on our buses across the district for numerous different programs at numerous different sites. We currently are running these with 85 buses and 22 type vehicles. So 54 of those are big buses, which is the standard yellow bus. 31 are type A, small special ed buses, and 22 are type 3, which are vans, cars, or trucks that are certified to transport students. We did reconfigure our routes for efficiencies through the new opt-in registration. This allowed us to try to route for students that need transportation and not route all students in the district, regardless of if they were going to use transportation or not. This has been a change, and we have seen the numbers lower when it comes to the opt-in due to us targeting it to be an opt-in instead of like an opt-out. So everybody opted in, and it just went well because we really were able to just target those families only. We rearranged the bell times for the secondary schools, which did give our scholars a chance at the middle school level to have their sports with the high school level. This did reconfigure our school buses in a major way for us. That is a portion of the reason why we are higher in our numbers this year for buses. Our next slide, please. For the beginning of the school year, it has been mostly successful. From our observations, about 98% of our students have not had any transportation routing issues. This equates to about 4,508 students who were transported without any logistical issues during the first week of school. We had approximately 92 students, or 2% of our student population, who had some transportation challenges. These challenges ranged from open enrolled students who could not be assigned transportation space at their preferred in-district bus stops, or in-district students with dual households and secondary households that may have not been set up due to complexities in setting up those households in our system. So our systems don't currently have something set up for families that have two households. The next slide is for nutrition services, and I think that would be would that be you, Director Chapanduka?
I can definitely quickly speak to that. I know Director here today. Yeah, and I know with nutrition services, they do have programs which are year-round programs, so they did have a successful summer programming. But for school year 24-25, as initially mentioned by the superintendent in your presentation, the year really started successfully with a culinary experience during the Welcome Back to School for staff, which was a dinner provided by our nutrition Italian lunch, which looked like dinner. Then as we go into the year, there are a number of programs nutrition services have been experimenting on. They'll be adding about 3 sites, which they've added for the fresh fruits and vegetables program, which is a federal program to promote fresh fruits and vegetables. So 3 additional sites will be providing that service to our community. They are also advancing on their farm to table with some partnerships with farmers around town. They've started a program which is a farm to school product of the month, where they are working with local farmers to provide customized menus with local food products, and also working in partnership with our community, with our students in getting feedback on menus which are culturally relevant. Some of you remember last year they did introduce some new items on the menu. They will continue doing that, working with staff and students and being innovative around food service. The program is fully staffed. In the past, we've had some challenges in terms of getting enough staff at the beginning of the year, but for school year 24-25, the program is fully staffed, and everybody's on board to start a successful school year 24-25. That said, I'll give it back to Dr. Mary Perry.
Excellent. Thank you all so much for your detailed presentations. Perhaps for Q&A, we could begin Q&A. However, if there are some questions that might take a while to respond to, then perhaps we can record some of those questions are and respond in writing, just so we're being mindful of time and parents in the audience. I do also want to mention that typically we pair this agenda item with an enrollment report, and as you know, our Director of Communications and Marketing also leads our enrollment team, which is a huge job to have both of those functions in her role. However, as you can see, we have a pretty full agenda, so we want to be thoughtful about time, and we're also doing some additional enrollment analysis. So you'll see that enrollment report, which will be led by Director Goldadi, and ideally in our next September meeting, or perhaps in the first October meeting. So I did want to mention that Jolene and her team do support all of our strong school start efforts with transportation, enrollment, communications and marketing, right? All things that parents and community find out about what we're doing in our schools. She and her team have been telling those stories. So with that, could we find out if our board members have questions?
Thank you. I appreciate that setup for making sure that we get through all of our agenda items, but also are there comments or questions for the people at our table tonight? Doesn't look like there are any.
I mean, in the interest of time, I'll just email you if that's all right.
Sure.
Later.
Yeah. Okay, we can all follow up via email.
Certainly, if there are quick, fast and easy questions, we could. I don't want to deter Q&A. It's very important.
You know there's no fast and easy answers.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I think I have one fast and
If you think
easy
you have a
question.
fast and easy, please ask.
I have one I think it's fast and easy. I was curious for Director Ertl, you mentioned session 1 of letters training. Does that mean you have more planned for this coming year? And then I was also wondering about the funding for that. District pays for it and it's free for teachers?
Yeah.
Or how it goes?
It is. So we have, there's 2 sections of letters, and so we have a very small number of teachers who have done both already. The vast majority of our teachers are doing Unit 1 right now, but we do have some that have done Unit 1 and are doing Unit 2. And when they're finished with Unit 2 is when they're sort of officially letters trained. In terms of, just briefly, the READ Act 2.0 did come out with some professional learning funding that we are now working with Dr. Lightfoot to create some MOU language of how we will compensate teachers for the completion of the letters. So that's kind of in the works right now. But otherwise, you know, we have been, prior to the READ Act, we have been self-funding this for several years. So yeah, it's a big time and a big financial commitment.
And also our school leaders will receive training in evidence-based reading practices, correct? About how many hours this year for school leaders?
Yeah, so we have, I think it's about 12 hours planned so far of, we're calling it Literacy for Leaders. And that actually starts next Thursday. So we'll be meeting every other Thursday for a couple of months to bring all of our leaders the information that they need to really lead the implementation of the work.
Anyone else? Well, I just want to thank all of you for being here, taking time out to gather all this information. I know it is not easy, and I know that right now is a really difficult time to find even an extra 5 minutes in your day. So thank you so much for being here. We all appreciate it, and I think it has been a really nice start to the school year. So thank you for that as well.
Appreciate you.
That takes us to the next agenda item, which is board goals. And I am just going to quickly direct our listening audience to the workshop where we discussed this in detail. And I will let everyone know that the final copy of our board goals, which we use to direct our work toward our strategic 2031 vision, will be posted on our website for everyone to look at and see how we are moving forward on that. And with that, I will turn it over to Vice Chair Ross to discuss our policies in first read.
Excellent. We're going to have 3 policies that we're going to review: 204, 210, and 214. So Assistant Superintendent will be coming up to the table to be able to walk everybody through. There was only one change on one of the policies and no changes on the other 2. So you should have that in your document, and I'll hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot.
Good evening. Good to be with you. As mentioned, the monitoring committee is in full swing and certainly underway with the review. As you are aware, we begin with looking at the 100 and 200 policies. The first 3 that we started to look at for the month of September include 204, 210, and 214. As a matter of practice, we tend to include the Hopkins policy, and then if there is a model policy from MSBA, we include that as well so that the board can see any changes from the model policies, and then if those have been adopted or recommended by the monitoring committee. So with that, policy 204 was the first one, at least on board for this evening. And there were some changes in the statute this year related to the minutes and the requirement of that. You will see in that policy that the monitoring committee did look to include both of those segments. It included those in the, recommended to include those in the Hopkins policy for the modifications. That is the only change that really was made to the minutes. It's more about if there are any consolidation of newspapers or elimination of newspapers, what practices would then be available. So that was the change to 204. Certainly available for any additional questions that may be there, if there are any particulars.
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Thanks, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot. So basically, the addition here is that if that newspaper ceases to be, we would just post it on a library location?
Yep, we can use the web page, and then there's the requirement for the posting in libraries that are within the school district, posting at each library.
Okay.
Or each library kind of satellite, if you will, to make sure that we have the area covered if necessary.
Thank you. And so one more time, this change was necessitated by Minnesota state law changing, and so why didn't MSBA put this in there? Do you know?
They recommended that in their model policy, and we are taking that on and saying, yes, we, as Hopkins, would include those 2 items in our policy as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
And I do know that this was, just for context, this was something that was talked about, I believe, at MSBA Delegate Assembly, because there are many school districts that they no longer have a local paper available to them. And so they are in violation of their own policies and state statute, and this needed to be addressed. We're lucky we live in a metro area, but there are many outstate districts. We just don't have newspapers anymore. Any other questions? Great, I think we can move on to the next.
Great. 210 is the conflict of interest for school board member policy. As you will see, there were no recommended changes through any model MSBA work. As well, the monitoring committee did not have any suggested changes. Therefore, it is up in front of you. If there are any questions, we certainly can address those. Otherwise, it would remain as is, as proposed.
Any comments? Questions? I don't see any.
All right, then the last one, 214, is the out-of-state travel. It is a mandatory policy for review. You will see that there again, there were no recommended changes to this policy, either via model school board policy or by any recommendations from the monitoring committee. So again, we would propose this remain as is, as proposed.
Any questions? Comments?
Chair Andreessen.
Yes, Clerk Thompson.
Thanks. I don't have a question on the policy, but as long as we're talking about policy, we were talking about the monitoring committee earlier, obviously with the talk about the new cell phone policy that will be required by 315. I heard it mentioned earlier that the monitoring committee is open for the public to observe. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that all committees.
All committees.
Of the board are subject to open meeting law, correct?
Could you just refresh on, like, when and where does that meet?
That is set up by the committee itself. So Vice Chair Ross would have that information.
Are you asking when we meet?
Yeah.
Thursdays, 4:30 to 5:30, but it's every other Thursday. It's not every Thursday.
And just to clarify,
I know I couldn't go as a board member.
okay,
Right?
okay,
No,
good.
yeah.
I was just going to say, we
Just
can't.
as sort of a public service announcement, I
Oh.
had been looking through the committees that we advertise on the website, and I didn't see that on there, so that might just be a good one to make people aware of.
Anything else on this particular policy?
Not at this time.
All right, so then I would look for a motion to, oh shoot. I've gotten way deep into policies. I would look for a motion to approve the above policies in first read. Further, the board directs the administration to prepare the policies with suggested revisions for approval in second reading at the next meeting as part of consent.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Policies in first read have passed. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Lightfoot and Vice Chair Ross. We go to our board member reports. I will give this opportunity for board members to go around the table to introduce themselves and to give a report if they have one. Clerk Thompson, would you like to start us off?
I would. Thanks, Chair Andreessen. I'm Kai Thompson. I am the clerk on the school board. I have been in the role since January this year. I have 3 kids in the district from 4th grade to 9th grade. Only report I would give is that on Friday night, I got to go to the home opener football game, and they had elementary kids both on the dance team and flag football at the halftime show. So stands were very crowded. It just felt like a great community gathering, really nice evening and event for that.
Hello. Excuse me. Hello, my name is Brooke Roper, and this is my second year on the Hopkins School Board. I have 2 children also in the district, 1st and 2nd grade. And my only report is that I have partnered with Metro Transit, Xcel Energy, and Minnesota Deed to host Sabathany's 3rd annual Energy Day. It's going to be happening on Saturday to, introduce the community to like the workforce. We're going to have like some climate-friendly resources there. We're going to talk about, or we're going to have like activities for young people there. We're going to have like the school bus there, and just, inviting people to come out to, if you're looking for a new job, you want to learn about the green workforce, it's a perfect opportunity for you to come out to do so. I also would like to give a huge shout out to Mad Dad's Executive Director Jordan Boer-Nelson and his wife, who's the Executive Director of You Matter Minnesota, for donating over 60 backpacks to the district, which was amazing through their back to school drive they had this summer. I dropped the backpacks off over at Resource West, and so if there are any students or families who are in need, the backpacks are there. And I'm just very appreciative of the community partnerships that we have who support the district. So those are my updates. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but it will come to me and I'll report it next time. So.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Rachel Hartland, treasurer of the school board. I think I am in my 3rd year on the school board. This past 3 weeks, I've been fairly busy with stuff. Kickoff days and football games and band intro events and orientations and open houses, and the Legislative Action Coalition is starting again and is deep into preparation for hosting a candidate forum where all of the local candidates that represent our school district will have an opportunity to answer education policy and funding related questions. And that will happen on Saturday, October 5th, and will be broadcast and able to be viewed both live and later. Robotics has started. Our student board reps were willing to meet with me right before school even started so that they could really hit the ground running. I attended the staff kickoff day before the school year started. I was trying to remember how far back this period went, but I think before the school year started. I had so many orientations and open houses because I have 3 children in the district in 3 different buildings, and so my email inbox of notifications is just a wild place these days. But we had a great beginning of the school year, and I want to thank the admin, the staff, everyone who had to work so hard to make that happen. And I want to ask one really quick question. This is slightly perhaps out of order, but I was going to say we had all of those lovely professionals here. In interest of time, which I fully agree with, we mentioned emailing questions. I have questions to email. We generally ask those not only for the board's own edification, but also for the community's. And so is there any way to potentially collate those questions and answers as like a consent item, or would that be a resource of some kind, as we're community representatives? Like, I know for sure that I'll hear like, I want to hear more about this topic after I leave here. And I just am vaguely sensitive to not wanting it to look like the board didn't take an opportunity to to ask questions on our behalf.
Thank you for the question. I would be happy to collect and ensure that questions are answered, and then I will work with Chair Andreessen to determine where those should be posted for community access.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
And I'm Rhoda Marie Peary Reed, Superintendent. This is my 8th year in this role. Sometimes that's hard to believe. And I have a 7th grader at West and a junior at our high school.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Shannon Andreessen. I am chair of the board in my 5th year serving on the board, and I have a junior at the high school.
Good evening. My name is Jason Ross, Vice Chair. I've been in my role now for 3 years. I have 2 6th graders and 1 3rd grader. The 3rd graders at Tangleton, the 6th graders are at North. I just have 2 quick reports. Attended the AMSD Board of Directors meeting on August 2nd. And basically, that's where the cell phone toolkit was communicated and information was cascaded to the members who are joining. And then 9/6 attended a meeting where obviously AMSD was years in business. And then the biggest thing was Morris Leatherman Company was doing a presentation about the election, the upcoming election, and what the big issues that constituencies are focused on for this presidential election. And that is it.
Hello, this is Jiming Zhao. I use he, him pronouns. I've got 2 kids in the district, 4th grader at Xingxing Academy, kindergartner, also Xingxing. I don't have really any report, but back to school has been really good, and I appreciate the hard work of everybody in the district.
I'm Jen Westmoreland, she, her. I'm in my 7th year on the school board. I'm a proud graduate of Hopkins Schools, and I have a scholar at Hopkins West Middle School who is enjoying a great start to the year, with the exception of the earlier start time. There's been a little bit of complaining about that, but no report from me tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you all so much. I want to draw the board's attention to the incidental report, Special Services Update Health Services, and I would look for a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the Special Services Update Health Services is accepted by the board. That takes us to our final section of public comment for this evening. I appreciate all of you sticking around and being a part of this meeting. And I will flip our usual practice of having the voicemail played first and invite our very patient community member, Lauren Gilchrist, up to the board to address us on changes to the reading program at Xingxing. Thank you again for your patience. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. My name's Lauren Gilchrist. I use she, her pronouns, and I do have 2 students in 4th grade at Xingxing, and I'm here with several other students, and we have some other with several other parents of students, and we have some other folks who are joining virtually as well. And I do want to say, overall, we have loved being a part of this district. It is a big part of why we moved to Hopkins, and overall, very positive. And I also feel like the communications, honestly, from the district has been really, really good. In general, we find out about things, we have the opportunity to weigh in. But this year, we do feel like at the beginning of the school year, as we are now, we've had a drastic change into the reading program at Xingxing, and it's been a bit alarming for many of us. And there wasn't proactive communication, there wasn't the opportunity for parents to weigh in, and so we didn't have the opportunity to provide any input, and so it's felt very reactive. And many of us, am I getting feedback? Okay.
No,
Okay.
I think it's
outside.
outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
Many of us chose Xinjiang because of the reputation of the program. It's such a strong program. And we also received reassurance that even though it was an immersion program, that we would get adequate English instruction, even though English instruction doesn't start until the 3rd grade. And so when we started the program, this is with the assumptions, and this has been our experience until this year. And then this year, we have had some it really feels like last-minute overhauls to the reading program. And so our children and others familiar, things are still actually being worked out in the classroom. It feels like we're not actually settled into whatever these changes are. But what we have seen is that the reading time, which used to be a full hour, has been split up into 2 different sections. We're currently only actually getting a half hour of reading instruction right now. And the teachers who really have the literacy expertise are no longer, in the years of experience teaching reading, are no longer instructing our students, and that has been a big shift, again, that we had no advance notice about. So we also, as I mentioned, the communication around these changes has been problematic. So we heard about the changes actually through word of mouth, which is really not ideal. We weren't provided a forum, as I mentioned, to discuss these changes with school leadership or input. And so I do understand, I'm married to a teacher. I understand that there are budget constraints and that you all have a really, really hard job. I do feel like changes like this without communication, without consultation with parents, really aren't in the interest of children or in the interest of enrollment, frankly, in the district. And it feels like we're just kind of being squeezed, and our teachers are being squeezed when we've got limited resources. So it just does not feel like a great situation. And we all here really want to be strong supporters and are strong supporters of the public schools and of this district. We want to continue to be. So this situation, our kids' needs have been minimized, and so we're frustrated, and we appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. So our request is really quite simple. We want to make sure that in the next week, not the next month, we have the opportunity to meet with school leadership and also some representatives from the district to understand these changes, pose questions, be able to discuss the impact on our kids. So we'll be following up as well with some emails to all of you, but appreciate the consideration of that request.
Great, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Lauren.
And I forgot to prep adequately for the open comment, but someone will be responding to you from administration. So thank you. And if you do have something in writing that you would like to leave with the board, or if you want to follow up with submitting it, please do so. It often helps us to have that to reference. And now we will, we have one voicemail to play. That was left for public comment again. Are we set up
My name is Pam Dion. I'm a member of the Hopkins School Alliance community. I'm commenting on an item not on the agenda. On June 11th, 2024, a petition was signed by 240 concerned parents, students, and community members, was emailed and presented to the Hopkins School Board Chair and Superintendent. Nearly 3 months have passed, and the community is still waiting for a response. The petition outlines the urgent need for improved school safety after multiple incidents last year, including violent assaults of a transgender student at Hopkins High School on May 3rd. These, along with numerous fights and classroom disruptions, highlight the need for significant changes to our district approach to safety, security, communications, and student conduct. The petition called for comprehensive behavior management strategies beyond restorative conversations, swift and appropriate consequences for students' misconduct, a clear communication strategy for safety incidents, reinstating school resources officers for proactive safety, involvement of local law enforcement and school board members in holistic school safety meetings, law enforcement involvement in safety planning and drills. With over 2,200 Hopkins students choosing to open enroll elsewhere, last year's headline of violence and academic declines will only increase this exodus. We urge the district to address these concerns and take immediate steps to ensure a safe, supportive environment for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? This meeting is adjourned at 9:24 p.m. Thank you all for being a part of this meeting.